Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Holy cow, hold on a second here. All right, where the hell is my camera? Hold on a second here. Let me just... Welcome to Disclosure tonight, everybody. Yes, well, there I am. Oh, I know what it was. Jesus Christ. Here, let's try it again. It's one of those days. Good evening, good morning, or good afternoon, depending on where and when you're watching this broadcast. I'm Thomas Fessler, my friends, and this is Disclosure Tonight. Happy frickin' Wednesday. It's that day of the week down to the hour, minute, and second. We take everything we know, put it in a box, and put it on the shelf up behind us as we come together to talk about those things that the government refuses to and tells nothing but lies. To talk about those things from science fiction movies we can't forget. To talk about those things from the television shows we love, and more importantly, to talk about those things that we see so many times in the sky over our house in the evening if we get outside and stop looking at our frickin' phones. Welcome to Disclosure Tonight, everybody, where we still call them UFOs. Why? Because there's a word for it in every single language in the world. And why are they changing it? It's for the lawyers, it's for the DOD, it's for the people, the deep state who's been hiding all this information. They've been hiding it for a damn good reason. Why? They've had a war going against the extraterrestrial presence on this planet for over 75 years. How do we know? Take a look and see everything that we've ever gotten for evidence. It's not science. It's not welcoming. It's not humanity. It's all about the war machine, no matter what they're going to do to these poor creatures if they catch them, because it's all about weapons. It's all about technology. It's all about our rule over the world to say that, hey, if we don't get it first at any cost, someone else on the planet will get it, and soon we're not going to be in the control we want to have. Well, the truth of the matter is, when you've got something this powerful, this around us, this much that's actually showing an interest in humanity, we got to get these bozos in Washington out of control. You know who I'm talking about. Yeah, the DOD. This has been put down into areas where it doesn't belong, into the deep depths of a deep state that is not under congressional or our own control as the citizens of the United States. Welcome, everybody, to Disclosure Tonight. Happy Wednesday. Sorry about a little late start tonight. Not too bad. Little hiccup. I need to get that screen. Pop it up here. Cupcake. She woke up. She said she had to go. She didn't go. Now she's laying it down again, and she's slowly spinning in circles. If I don't talk too loud, she's going to plop down. And I'm going to be able to do the show for a bit without having to bring Andy and say, Andy, entertain the audience, please, while we take care of Cupcake. Yes, she's our official mascot of Disclosure Tonight. Sorry, I'm talking a little bit quieter than usual. I'm just trying to get rid of my usual booming voice that echoes in the room and wakes up the poor dog. Yeah, absolutely. Where in the heck am I? Well, let's go ahead and welcome the audience. Before we get it even started, before the show even was barely waiting to, just scheduled, we had a super chat, believe it or not, come in from the cable guy, all the way in Singapore, I believe. No, Malaysia. Well, sorry. Big difference. Over in Malaysia. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're talking about how I kind of handled the situation last night, and I understand. I get it. You can't be too rough on people. You got to handle everybody equally and like friends. And Vitir, is kind of a friend of mine, and she may have not been in the best place. We love her greatly, and we all care about her, and can't wait to talk to her when she gets out to her new area in New Mexico. Amazing. On that note, I want to go ahead and welcome Razzmatazz, my friend. You were first. Tell you what, you and Cable Guy have got the tables at the back of the studio. Cable Guy is on the back right side of the studio, and Razzmatazz is on the back left side of the studio. So be sure, everybody, to stop by and say hi and get your autograph on the way out. You're stand-up viewers, I tell you that. Now, who else in the heck do we have out there right now? Let me go ahead and turn that music down. Who do we have? Kelly Brout. Good to see you, Kelly, with those piercing blue, beautiful eyes. Thanks for coming in, Kelly. Absolutely. Can't miss it. Yellow Tommy Tanker. also known as Andy. He is in the chat and he's in the back, and he'll be discussing today. Remember, we've got an open link, an open door. If you have a question, have something to say, that's what we're here for. Mr. Catfish 2100, yerp, Wildcat Mahone. You're repping Brooklyn, New York, and Austin, Texas, and it's me, Wildcat Mahone. Yeah, why not? That's the ticket. Joseph Syracusa. Greetings and salutations from New Jersey. Got a bunch of people from the East Coast. I don't know what happened to Mike. Hopefully he's okay. Who else do we have in the audience tonight? Ralph G. Anyone seen the released orb picture that was taken in Iraq? Yes, I have. I'll see if I can find it. It was a orb that was brought out by the one and only Jeremy McGowan that so many people don't like, but come on, he's a promoter. He's a Hollywood guy, and he's doing stuff for the phenomena. And everyone wants to take him and put him on a pedestal like he's not a promoter, not a Hollywood guy. Get seriously, everybody. He's doing a great job at what he's doing. Let's see if I can find that really quick. Let's look for Corbell orb. Here we go. Would you look at that? Knocking on the door. Who could it be? It's Larry. Larry, come on in, my friend. How are you? Thanks for ringing the doorbell. All right, so I've got what Ralph is talking about right now. Let me go ahead and bring that one up. Desktop Zoom. That works. Oh, would you look at that? It's Andy. Hey, Andy, how you doing?
Hey, Thomas. Yeah, not bad.
Good to see you. Yeah, when we go to the big board to go ahead and look at stuff, you guys are going to be there whether you like it or not. I believe, Larry, I'll say hi to you as well. Welcome, my friend. How are you doing?
Thanks, Thomas. Great to be here.
Absolutely. Let me go ahead and fix it. Now after there, I can get things centered properly. Aha. There is a benefit for... there we go. Perfectly centered. All right. Let me go ahead and hide the chat overlay. This is the video that Ralph G... Sorry, Ralph. Ralph. Hey, Ralph. I'm under here, hubby. What are you doing underneath there? I'm hiding from my dumb human. What'd you do? Crap on the rug again? Nah. He wants to give me a flea bath. A flea bath, yeah, a flea bath. Every time he gets something, he wants me to get a flea bath. Well, yeah, that's an old... Sorry, I love that one so much. Got to have fun with it. All right, Cheech and Chong, Big Bamboo. Listened to it way too young, but it inspired me. This is the image that they're talking about. Supposedly, it came from the military. Okay, apparently this was in Mosul, which makes sense because I was told by my friend AJ that when they were in Iraq and flying, they saw stuff over there too. It wasn't just over here. So this is in the Mosul. It's an orb. It's a U.S. military filmed UFO from an active contact zone, officially designated by the U.S. government and intelligence agencies as a UAP, otherwise unidentified anomalous phenomena, and currently part of an active UAP investigation under the U.S. DOD. I wish we had more than one picture. Because one picture can be put together, we can go ahead and see it, and it's going to be easy to tell whether it's real or not and everything, how it's looking on it, because honestly, it almost looks like we're seeing some transparency through it in ways that maybe don't make sense. But beyond that, it's the, if you want to call it, user interface that goes around it. It shows that it was taken on April 26, 2016. Time's about right. Gives us some information about it. I haven't had time to go ahead and research it to see whether or not that type of user interface is properly represented. That's going to be the next clue that comes into it. From there, there was talk before the UFO report hit, around the time that it was going to come out, there was video of UAP taken by Reaper drones, I believe it was. So this one is, they don't say what it was taken from, but it gives you an idea of potentially what the heck it is. I'm going to leave it out there with a big old question mark. I'm not going to say absolutely yes, and I'm not going to say absolutely no. I think right now there's just not enough information for us to truly get to the bottom of it. Again, it's coming from a promoter. It's not coming from someone like Lou. Just saying. Uh-oh. Standing there. All right, where the heck was I? Let's get back into welcoming the people back from the audience. I'll be right back, Andy. Let me get back in here. Oh, not there. Let's get to the audience right now. Who in the house do we have out there right now? Let's go ahead and take a look. A bunch of great conversation going in the conference room, what do we call it, in the chat room tonight. Joseph Syracuse, Admiral Byrd's task force had their asses handed out to them by whatever they encountered down there. Do I believe Admiral Byrd? Yes, absolutely. Do I trust our government to go ahead and tell us the truth? No, because we can see what kind of a lying organization the DOD is. Now, that does bring up a good point. Wait, when did that was right after World War II. That would have been before. Actually, this report was started in 1947, right? So if it started in 47, if there was stuff potentially with that, they maybe would have shared it with Australia potentially. I don't know. They do have a lot of information about UFOs, but there's absolutely nothing that covers Admiral Byrd's task force. Now, do I trust the guy? Was he an American hero for what he did? An explorer who wanted to, go places people hadn't been before? Well, in recent history, yeah. Does he have a reason to go nuts? Well, PTSD, but I have a feeling what he was talking about, there is a reality to it that if it was involving the phenomena and we did have our asses handed to us, I don't think it's something the U.S. military wants to let get out the door, if you know what I mean. Let's move on. Bill H., all the way from our Discord chat room. Thanks for coming in tonight, sir. Rachel Beal, all the way from United Kingdom. It's late. You and Andy are on the same time zone. Holy cow. Who else do we have out there? Heidi T., good evening, everyone. Hope y'all are having a great week. Yeah. It's Wednesday. It has been a good week. Would you look at that? Peggy and Steve, all the way from Florida on that note. Hey, Google, what's the temperature in Florida?
In Miami, it's currently 75 degrees.
75, clear. Go out and look for some UFOs after the show. See what's up there. You never know if you don't look up, you will never know. Going to be 80 degrees tomorrow. So jealous. That's got to feel so good on the bones. All right. Who else do we have out there in the audience tonight? Oh, let's move the list on and it scrolls up. Jenny Novak, Borak, Mike T. Good evening, folks. Good to have you here. Thor. Welcome, Thor. It's been a while. Jax. Remember, good seeing you last night. John Dillinger, you're back. When you close your eyes at night, do you see that grace standing over you, staring back at you? No. I just don't want to close my eyes and have a nightmare and see my ex. I'd rather see the Grays than Maria. Oh, yeah, man. Seriously, the only things I ever consider a nightmare is if my ex is there. Oh, yeah. Evil woman, man. She had abilities with being able to manipulate people with her mind and her speech and how she handled things. She was a great liar, really great liar, but she used it for bad stuff. And there's always a cost for that. It adds up. Xavier Gamer, good to see ya. Welcome to the show. Who else? Owen from Ohio. Welcome, Owen. Adam Wiseman is also coming tonight. Super crazy movie geek. Good to see ya. Lex Diaz. Fucking Wednesday nights. It could be worse. We're having a good time, though. Adam Weissman, positive vibes. Ant-Man is here. Positive vibes as long as I don't mention that M word again. Digger Dog. Yeah, dig an extra one, please. Oh. Evening all, Kelly, Thomas, Andy, and Thor. You better believe it. Yeah, I'm having some fun. Razmataz. This is a very serious matter that deserves full investigation. Why aliens are stealing rabbits to cuddle with. Yeah, let's hope they're not doing something else to those rabbits. We've been talking about the Galians, and we're talking about the dwarves, and we know the Galians can be little perverted things. So at least we know they're not stealing hamsters. Who else do we have in the audience? Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. You got to. Tony C, the bearded man. Oh, I need to shave again. Yes, thanks for the reminder. Or whoever the bearded man is. Jeremy Corbell. Yep. Jenny Novak. Howdy, Thomas. Cupcake, she's relaxing. She's gotten used to the increase in volume. Adam Weissman. Looks like a real orb. Talking about that. This baby, yeah, it does kind of look like an orb. It does kind of look like those steel balls, but, seeing it moving and seeing it zipping off. Susan, paging Susan paging Susan Goff. Please come to the Lost and Found. We have your orb. Yeah, gotta ask, what would it do to national security? Honestly, to go ahead and release something like that? Not much. At least that is my opinion, and I will, come on, that way, lift it up, go down a little bit, or not. There we go. It's time will tell. Our Ranch Airgun Fun Channel, here with you tonight, Thomas Fessler, feeling better. I'm glad that you're feeling better, my friend. Absolutely. Let's jump back into here. Who else do we have in the audience? I think we're getting towards the bottom of the list, hopefully. Tony C, absolutely. Ant-Man is here. No. I hear that every time. Shelly Montgomery, good to see you in the audience tonight, Shelly. Thanks for coming in. Who else? Vrac, what do you think of the Daily Motion Mosul orb uploaded 7 years ago? It was uploaded 7 years ago. It was taken 7 years ago, or the picture was uploaded somewhere 7 years ago. I don't know enough about it yet. Syrup, can never have enough syrup. Thanks for coming in. Where are the pancakes, please? Who else do we have in the audience tonight as we get through it? I just got to get to the bottom. Adam Weissman, I think I welcomed you, and if not, I'm welcoming you a second time. I think that's would you look at that, all the way from the land of the lost? Where is it at? Our resident angel, Julie Farrell, is here. Good to see you, Julie. Absolutely. Who else? I still have that picture I ran into the other day. We got a picture of Julie from the old days where it says, "I demand to see your manager." She looked pissed. But it was just one of those frames you get something. Don't ever get her mad. Even worse than, consequences. Not the kind of people you want to piss off. No. And I think that's everybody. Would you look at that? We made it through the frickin' days. Yes, Jenny Novak, Cocoa Puffs. Better than the Fruit Loops and Lucky Charms. Well, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That's true. It all goes together. Yeah. Those slee stacks held me hostage. Giggles, not a flattering picture. That's why I haven't brought it out. Trust me, I wouldn't do things to make you not flattering. Absolutely. Okay, on that note, tonight we're going to be going ahead and talking about part 4 of the Australian UFO files. We're talking about, this is our 4th installment. I think this is the last leg of the actual journey we're going on. We're talking about official communications, and if you want to talk a little recap of lessons learned, there are so many interesting things about this document. I have to go back and read it a second, third time, just because it just covers so many things and just takes so many parts of our government and makes them look so truthful and believable, trustworthy, honest. Not. Again, trying to say nice things, be a nice person. We have to sometimes. All right, so on that note, let me go ahead and jump across into the document mode where we've got Larry Gurnt and Andy W. on the side. Let's go ahead, and I'm going to take the text that's here, move it down over here. Perfect. Close that down. I think I can finally start. All right. Don't even ask what page we're on. We're far enough into it. It's not on a PDF, so I'm just going page by page by page, and I hope I have that freaking window open. Yeah, so I can get to it. Let's start up. First of all, investigation of UFO sightings from the Deputy Secretary B must be within the RAAF, or RAF, I forget exactly. Someone in comments told me how I was supposed to pronounce it. If I'm not saying it right, and you're from the Australia, and you know how to spell it phonetically, the whole thing out, put it in the chat. I'd be happy to learn. Let's move on. Deputy Secretary B. Further to our discussion on the question of investigation of the Australian reports on unidentified flying objects, I would summarize my attention as follows. Ooh, they're going to give us a summary for their document. And this document looks like it has had a better day, I tell you. But let's move on. A. There appears to be sufficient evidence from RAAF and U.S. reports of investigation of UFO sightings to indicate that some reports cannot readily be explained by natural phenomena or man-made activities. Son of a bitch. When they gave us the first UFO report, they stole the language from the Australians. Again, 1971. Throughout investigation of selected Australian reports of UFO sightings seems to be warranted. A thorough investigation of selected Australian reports seems to be warranted, but the effort could be restricted to those occurrences that cannot be easily explained. Well, you should. Makes sense, but let's see where this goes. B. The Department of Supply has personnel with an appropriate range of scientific and technical expertise and laboratory and field facilities that could suitably be employed on UFO investigations. So we're saying that who is again the Department of Supply in Australia? Let me just go ahead and bring it up. All right, wait, where to go? Let's move it across here. Just take a look at this real quick. Yeah, I know it's the feckin' Wikipedia, but you know what? It'll tell us exactly what we need to see. Established in okay, forget about the scope. Information of the department's functions or government funding allocation could be found in the administrative arrangement orders, blah, blah, blah. The functions of the department as its creation in 1950 were Australian Aluminum Production Commission, control of minerals for producing atomic energy, like a DOE, manufacture, acquisition, provisioning, and supply of war material, including operational and management of factories, workshops, etc., acquisition by the Commonwealth and establishment of factories and workshops for the purpose of producing war material. It's kind of like a section of the government that's there to go ahead and operationalize the general public for making articles of war. Securing of supplies and materials, plants, tools, and whatever for that purpose. Employment and training of technicians, workmen, and others for that purpose. Arrangement and allocation necessary to secure the supply, manufacture, and processing of delivering of war material. Building of merchant ships and other vessels and naval vessels, and repair and maintenance of those ships. Control and limitation of profits in relation to the production of war materials so it's an oversight for private enterprise who makes these things. Promotion and production of liquid fuels, in particular the production of alcohol and benzol, importation of tin plate, again for war, production of supplies and foodstuffs, the services and control of production, distribution of supplies where their conservation is necessary. So this is almost kind of like, if you would think of it, their allocation department, the one who sources all the materials for war and for the Army and for the Air Force and develops all the stuff and creates it. So if they have scientists, they have laboratories, they have people all over the place, they have a lot of staff. So what the RAAF at this time is saying, hey, these guys are much better equipped to figure this stuff out for us because they're about guns and bullets and training people and shooting things down. they're seeing something that's way the hell out there that's beyond the average military person. Does that make sense, Larry?
Yeah, it does. I'm kind of curious at what, if we go back to the original document, what were they saying about the Department of Supply? That they had the appropriate people, right?
Right. They're saying they had the personnel with range of scientific and technical expertise and laboratory and field facilities that could be suitably employed on UFO investigations.
Yeah, it's almost like as if they actually had a piece of a craft.
Or they had observations, and based on what they're seeing, this isn't someone who you're going to go ahead and shoot a gun at, that you're not going to go ahead and shoot a missile at, that you're not going to go ahead and try and chase and destroy with tanks or battleships or anything, right?
Right.
They're seeing something that's way out there, and they're like, we need science people on this. We don't know what the hell this stuff is. We're just a bunch of guys who are like training people to go kill other people. And if they didn't have those people within their organization, they're just saying, hey, we need help here. We're not the right people. We've seen this. We observed it. We've been filing the intelligence on it. However, we don't have the skills to handle it. That is about the most honest thing that you'd ever hear. They're honest about it.
But our government made the same admission in the Wilson Davis document.
Yes. And it's an admission, not by the government, someone in the government, not an official report like this is. But either way.
True.
But we'll find out about the reality if what was said in there is true as time goes on. Or is it one of those things they're going to go ahead and lock away in a statue in the White House and maybe take out in 40 years? Hopefully not.
I noticed there's no mention of security clearances here. In our documents, it's always that's always the top concern. Well, we don't have cleared people for this.
Yeah,
I like the fact that they're not focusing on that.
I agree. It's something where they're bringing it in, and it's not this above top secret. Again, it's like change the open a little bit today. Even though I screwed up starting it up when I got it going, it was a really good take on it because, they've been putting this war against these people for so long, and they're hiding it because they see it. They're afraid that a foreign power is going to get hands on this, and because of that, we have to take everything secret and lock it up and break all of our laws in doing so. They're so afraid about what happens if China these days China. What happens if Russia would get it back then? Oh my God, what the hell? That's why at all cost, whatever it takes, it's above. It's espionage act level information is how the U.S. government sees it and has seen it for the longest time.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see that pilots have had their tongues tied for a long time. Now we know where it started. Let's move on this one. Great conversation, Larry. Thank you. C. I suggest that the Department of Defense should consider passing responsibility for the investigation of Australian UFO sightings from RAAF to the Department of Supply under the following general conditions. 1. The limited number of selected reports, say 6 a year, be thoroughly investigated by Department of Supply. We don't want you looking at too much of this stuff. Yeah. 2, at the end of 2 or 3 years, or earlier, if suggested by the investigators, the results of supply investigations be examined by interested parties, such as Defense, RAAF, and Supply, with a view to determining whether there is any a defense interest in UFO sightings that could justify further investigation. Basically saying, is anything that we're going to be seeing here, is it going to be anything that would be a threat? We hear that threat thing a lot today, don't we? But Air Force has always said it's not a threat. And what you're seeing here is they don't think it's a threat. And if their investigators saw it was a threat, something would have happened.
Well, this is a sore spot for me because I've heard this point brought up before, and it's like, what the hell's wrong with you? Aren't you interested in something that's defying the laws of physics and clearly not from this planet? Aren't you even interested? What the hell?
Yeah. Or why are you just looking at it for war? Why aren't you looking at it from a humanities standpoint? Why aren't you looking at it from, there's another civilization here that's well advanced to us. Why is there only thoughts on destroying, knocking it out of the air, taking its technology, experimenting on whatever captives we get, and not being able to figure out anything except pissing some things off along the way? And it's a poor representation of humanity. How do we move forward as a civilization? Oh, that's right. They don't want us to.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
I think they have designs for us to be in matrix pods. I'm starting to think that.
Uh-oh. I'm back to the center, Larry. Just having some fun. All right, where are we? Anything from the audience is saying, Jay is so right, it's a club, and you ain't it. Well, I'm not sure what that is. Hopefully it's a good thing. All right. Mr. Hanky. Is it good? Oh, Mr. Haney. Or Mr. Hanky. Well, Mr. Haney. Oh, I got a good deal for you. Let's move on. 4. I believe that although defense should have general oversight and broad direction in the UFO investigation, significant JIO resources should not be devoted to this until it can be clearly shown from the results of investigations that a strategic intelligence interest exists. Even then, the matter would have to be related to other priorities. There are many things that would be desirable for us to do, but which cannot be tackled because of higher priorities. That was the excuse we were hearing, that, oh, that's why the UFO report is late. People in the Pentagon have higher priorities. We've heard that many times with regards to Avril Haines, who never gave us an excuse as to why it was so late. She's never come forward on it. She hasn't said a word to the American people who, realistically speaking, employ her.
Thomas, when she did speak that one time that we all heard her, I had the headphones on, so when she was done speaking, I happened to catch a little bit of a hot mic moment.
Mm-hmm.
And what it was one of her colleagues, I don't know if it was Moultrie or somebody, said, "You're very good," and she goes, "Eh." And so it was like, I think it was because she almost said the word extraterrestrial.
Yeah. So this, I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it. This was put together on the 27th of May, 1971, from the Joint Intelligence Organization, signed by R.W. Furlonger, who was the director. Doesn't get no higher than that. Let's move on to the next page of the documents we've got here in the communication part of it. Great summary, though. It shows the Australians' position on this. They had a decent one. United States, completely different. We're going to make everything top secret. We're not going to share it with everyone. We're going to keep on investigating, and we're going to lie and spread misinformation and disinformation to the people of the United States of America. And we're going to spend tons of money doing it, and we're going to hide every dime.
Yeah, I think we have to remember the context too, because it was, like I said, I think America got a swelled head when they first exploded those first 2 atomic bombs. At that point, they thought, well, we must be the favored nation. God must have chosen us because we're the ones who did it. And
how could you think that?
I don't know.
It's so screwed up in the mind, We're chosen from God because we did this and blew up all these people one time before. Okay.
Right. That's our power, right? God gave us that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, they ain't no God-given gift. I tell you that. If anything, potentially it's knowledge and stuff acquired from a higher level of consciousness that may not be God. Let's get into this. All right, UFO investigations in Australia. This is, again, from the JIO. 1 further to Teletalk, Mr. McMichael WG Commander T.W. Murphy on Thursday, January 8th, 1970. A copy of USAF News released on UFO investigation is attached. 2. In view of this conclusion and decision by USAF, we are investigating the possibility of reducing our AA effort and investigating UFO reports in Australia. In other words, because the U.S. isn't doing it, there had to be more communication to these guys telling them besides just seeing this report. Let's go ahead to that next page, shall we? And what was... I believe this should be in the next page. All right. Again. Date. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't read that handwriting. From our AAF Intelligence Representative, Washington, D.C. to the Director of Air Force Intelligence, Department of Air Russell offices in Canberra, Australia. The following intelligent material is forwarded herewith by safe hand. So this is the DoD news release we were just talking about. Control. This document contains classified information of U.S. origin and is the subject of the special rules which have been issued for the treatment of such documents. In particular, it must not be passed or discussed with any agency outside the Australian Defence Services or any other nation unless specifically cleared by the United States for release.
Big Daddy.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
Andy?
sorry, Thomas. I'm going to chip in. So that form there, then obviously it's at the top. It said that one is unclassified. Now I don't know if that's just this one sheet and the rest of it.
No, there's
would have
another.
been
There's another
classified.
document that comes along with it.
Yeah. So it's sort of it's giving cross references there for me.
This is the news release.
Yeah. So yeah, it's saying at the bottom of that one that of the previous sheet that it's not to be released.
Right.
So it must have been cleared by the US
For this to be released?
Yeah.
Maybe it was after so long, but is there a signal? Well, there's no... I don't know. Maybe this was cleared by the United States, or maybe because it was so old and FOIA laws in Australia make them have to go ahead and release such information.
Yeah, one of the two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
All right.
Not sure about Australian FOIA laws. Yeah.
Neither am I. We will have to learn. Let's go ahead and start with this one. This one comes in. It says news release at the start from the Office of Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, Washington, D.C., blah, blah, blah. Please note the date, December 17th, 1969. Air Force to terminate Project Blue Book. Secretary of the Air Force Robert C. Siemens Jr. announced today that the termination of Project Blue Book, the Air Force program for the investigation of the identified flying objects, UFOs. In a memorandum to the Air Force Chief of Staff, General John D. Ryan, Secretary Siemens stated that, let me move this over here a little bit so I can see a little bit better, stated that the continuation of Project Blue Book, now I need to scroll the damn thing up, Project Blue Book cannot be justified either on the ground of national security or in the interest of science, and concluded that the project does not merit further expenditures of resources. But remember, this is when we already know that they've told everybody that they're not doing anything more, that UFOs are fake, and they put out program after program after program. It's all in the file we've just read that tells us the United States game plan with false information, disinformation put against the American people, putting out a level of deniability while going ahead and believing it and trying to gather as much intel and information they can around the world. Now, Project Blue Book was the public-facing program. So what happened is we got this press release that we're going to continue to go through that came in, that the bigwigs saw, but they didn't know about the other information that's potentially in this report. So now we're going to hear, they're going to take this for, what do you call it? For the fakeness that it is. And they're going to use it as a reason for Australia not to research UFOs when the U.S. is still going together, still going full force together. The decision to discontinue UFO investigations was based on an evaluation of a report prepared by the University of Colorado entitled Scientific Study of Unidentified Flying Objects, a review of the University of Colorado's report by the National Academy of Sciences, past UFO studies, and Air Force experience investigating UFO reports during the last 2 decades. Under the direction of Dr. Edward U. Condon, the University of Colorado completed an 8-month contracted study of UFOs, and its report was released to the public in January of 1969. And didn't they say that the Condon report was put out, but it didn't represent the views of everybody else who was on the panel, and he put his own summary out there? I think it did, which would make it skewed. All right, the report concluded that little, if anything, has come from the study of UFOs in the past 21 years that has added to scientific knowledge, and that further extensive study of UFO sightings is not justified in the expectation that science will be advanced. My God.
Yeah. Barf.
We're going to study this on these amazing craft. Unbelievable technology. Now remember, our government knows about this, and they're going full force to learn, figure this out as quickly as they can. Smile harder. Yes, is it the Condon report or is it the condom report? Because it feels like it's not real. The University of Colorado report also stated that, quote, it seems that only so much attention to the subject, UFOs, should be given as the Department of Defense deems to be necessary strictly from a defense point of view. It is our impression that the defense function could be performed within the framework established for intelligence and surveillance operations without the continuance of a special unit such as Project Blue Book. But this is a question for defense specialists rather than research scientists.
Okay, I'm half believing that. I'm
not. You've got the military saying there's nothing we can learn about this. Scientists, you're not going to learn anything about it, and you're not going to have anything to say in the decision.
Right.
I think Amira's just pushing the Australians here not to look at it. We've got it covered. You don't really need to worry about it.
No.
That's what
there's nothing here. There's nothing for you to see. Pay no attention to that. Oh, it's nothing. Yeah. It's swamp gas, remember?
I was just thinking that the first project was Sign.
Yep.
And then
Attic?
Grudge.
No, there was Attic, then Grudge.
Okay.
Or is it? I think it was Attic, then Grudge.
And I think it was like additional sightings that triggered their re-interest in it. Okay, let's look at it again. And but this time let's let Blue Book conclude, and we'll go underground with our own project. Now, that's what the U.S. did. I don't know, and I think Andy's right. I think that that decision was made in the U.S. and then they told Australia, "Hey, we're not really seeing much. We're not getting much out of this." So,
right, man, it's just crazy. All right, so. All right, let's make sure then. Okay, so this is a question for defense specialists rather than scientists. So scientists, we're saying that there's nothing you can learn here, and you don't need to be involved. Sounds like the Department of Defense, if you ask me. It's the same shit we've got going on now. A panel of the National Academy of Sciences made an independent assessment of the scope, methodology, and findings of the university. The University of Colorado study, all right. The panel concurred that the University of Colorado's recommendation is no high priority in UFO investigations is warranted by data of the past 2 decades. Well, saying it again. It concluded by stating that, quote, on the basis of present knowledge, the least likely explanation for UFOs is the hypothesis of extraterrestrial visitations by intelligent beings.
Well, what the hell
The
is wrong with
least
that?
likely. What is it? Okay, are they from here? Are they from another dimension? We don't. That still, if they even know, you can't know that, Larry. It's too important. You can't handle that. You can't handle the information. All right. Anything from the chat? Am I missing anything out here, guys? Fellow Fesslerites, hit that like button. Yes, good comment. Kelly Burrell, do us a favor. I don't even see. I'm not even paying attention to how many people are in the audience. Either way, no matter how many people we have in the audience, we never have enough people giving us thumbs up. Let's see if I can find out where the heck we're at. Let's see if I'm surprised for once. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope. Oh, not that one. Where the hell did I put the studio? I'm just going another way. Ah, here we go. Would you look at that? 109 people, only 36 likes. Come on, folks, if you're having a good time, do us a favor at least. Give us a thumbs up, and if you're not having a good time, then, hey, give us a thumbs down. We appreciate the feedback, and more importantly, that kind of feedback helps our channel being shared with more people out there. And if you haven't subscribed, you're having a good time, do us a favor. Hit that subscribe button. We'd love to have you back as a subscriber as we pass to 4,250, and we're on our way to 5,000 subs. I appreciate it, folks. Absolutely. It's great to get new viewers in here, and it's great to have a fun time as we're learning about this. Let's move on. Past UFO studies include one conducted by the Scientific Advisory Panel of UFOs in January of 1953, known as the Robertson Panel, and a review of Project Blue Book by the Air Force Scientific Advisory Board, which is an ad hoc committee, from February through March 1966, where Dr. Brian O'Brien, get over here, Chairman, these studies concluded that no evidence has been found that any UFO reports reflect a threat to our national security. So, if there's no threat to our national security, why has the United States gone and made it a crime under the Espionage Act?
Yeah, good point.
Pilots and seamen can't talk about it. What's up with that? Again, that dueling dialogue. They're projecting something out on the public, but the truth of the matter is they're doing something completely else behind the scenes. So as a result of investigating UFO reports since 1948, the conclusions of Project Blue Book are: 1, no UFO report investigated and evaluated by the Air Force has ever given any indication of threat to our national security. 2, there has been no evidence submitted or discovered by the Air Force that sightings categorized as unidentified represent technological developments or principles beyond the range of present-day scientific knowledge. Boy, were they wrong on that one, weren't they?
Either wrong or lying. Which one? I don't know.
I'll take lying for 800, Larry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you 800 for
yes.
lying. Definitely.
And that's the daily double.
Yes. Oh, great. It's for $1,600. What is Project Blue Book? It's a bunch of lies, yes. And 3, there has been no evidence indicating that sightings categorized as unidentified are extraterrestrial vehicles. So they're saying the least likely is going to be that it's from an extraterrestrial. And then they're going to say, well, we haven't, no evidence indicating that the sightings categorized as unidentified extraterrestrial vehicles. Well, The government knows what they are. The United States government is. They clearly know where they are. They clearly know where these come from and where they go back to. They can watch all the movements. So they know. Without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, they know what we're dealing with.
And after the Malmstrom incident, I mean, I don't know what dates we're talking about here, but I mean, the Malmstrom incident was very clear that there was a non-human intelligence because they saw the ship itself and then they saw the missiles go down one by one. I mean, it's great that, you know, in a sense, this reflects.
Well, the Maelstrom incident took place on March 16th, 1967. Apparently, that information was not shared with the Australians, because if it was, it would have been in this report.
That's right. And it would have been the different conclusion.
Yeah, absolutely. I just love what they did to the freaking Russians. Granted, the missile sites were in Ukraine. Yeah. Turns out one of the guys I've been working with for the last several months didn't even realize it. His office is in Kiev. I sent him the Kiev report. I'm going to see if I can get him to go stop by the freaking science office. Never hurts to ask. All right, let's move on. Project Blue Book records will be retired to the USAF archives at Maxwell Air Force Base, Alabama. Requests for information should continue to be handled by the Secretary of Air Force, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. Let's move on to our next document we've got here. Again, that memo was conveniently passed on to our AAF to help them figure things out. All right, so this is coming from the Department. This is Bimbo or Rimbo? Sweden. I don't know if it's Sweden or...
Yeah, Sweden.
It's 1119... All right, let's make it freaking big and see if we can see it. No, Sweden. S-W-E... Rimbo. It's got to be Fimbo or Rimbo. S-W-E-D-O-N. Sweden. Oh, it's either Sweden or that's just a guy's name. Anyway, it's on 11/19/1967. From the going to the Department of National Defense Intelligence section. Sirs, I will be most grateful if you could help me with some information concerning your attitude towards reports of unidentified aerial objects.
Hey.
UAO in our country. The kind of phenomena I have in mind are those which cannot readily and positively be identified as having conventional sources. Yeah, that S is weird. All right. E.g. common aircraft motors, balloons, satellites, etc. All the reasons that we hear from Mick West. Mick West, is this your initial? You got your playbook. Okay, to make it easier for you, I will number my questions so you can refer direct to the number. If you have informational sheets available, it will be helpful to my documentation if you could send those along too. 1A. Do reports of UAOs arrive to you, or are they directed to come to other authority? In this case, please forward the letter or state the name and the address. 1B. Are there any special petition? So is there any special section within the Department of National Defense devoted to the handling of these reports? They want to know where they're coming from, where the reports go to. 2. Have military establishments any special orders to forward reports of UAOs to you and or make initial investigations? This is someone who's looking for some details here. They're good questions. They're really poignant. When is this date on this? 1967. Boy, it'd be interesting to find this guy now. Are you or some legal authority, e.g. the police, making investigations at the places of observations? 4A. Have you a file on any reports of UAOs? B, in case you have, are they accessible to the public? Good question. Again, someone who wants to know. Are the results of your investigations and your evaluations available to? 5. Are you or some other authority, such as a scientific institution, military or non-military, performing any analysis on the reports filed? Which is what Australia was saying the supply office needs to handle it. 6. Are you aware of some institution or organization conducting scientific research about UAOs other than stated in 5? And you're probably looking at a much bigger screen than me. I've got it on a small portion of my monitor. All right. Conducting scientific research about UAOs other than stated in 5. Number 7. 7. Are you cooperating with other countries in this field, e.g., changing reports or other information, exchanging reports or other information? United States, for example. What are your opinion of UAOs? Are your conclusions based solely on reports from your own country? Lastly, I thank you very much for your time, for your attention, and I hope you are in a position to give me the information requested. Sincerely, let's see what this guy's name is. Hacken?
Yeah, good luck on that.
Lacken, MALAGVI.
Hacken Malmquist.
No, but you always have a U after a Q, right?
No,
you don't.
Not if it's looking as somebody said it's from where is it? Daryl Zernick's just put it Rimbo in.
Oh,
Sweden,
he is. Look at that. He is from Sweden.
It's Swedish.
Well, there you go. Yeah. He is from Sweden.
Okay.
Sven.
So, yeah.
Sven, are you there? Attention, Sven. Please come to the manager's office. Sven.
Courtesy phone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Uppsala, Sweden.
Yeah. Phil McCracken, please come to the nearest white telephone. There we go. Yeah, so in Sweden, we're going to have to see if we can track down this guy if he's still around. It's maybe not. You never know. But and what comes after this letter coming into here? Of course, they're not going to reply. Next one is coming from the Inwards Teleprinter. On the 7th of August. Well, maybe 61. I can't tell what year is on this one. Either way, Daffy has been told by GP Captain Davis, commanding RAAF Pierce, that he does not intend to investigate the UFO report, as he could do nothing more than the police have done. See? They're being honest about this, Andy. They're saying there's nothing we can frickin' do about this. It's like going to the police. That's why they want the Department of Supply to handle it.
That's one of the points I've noted with this report. Whereas the Americans have totally closed up, this seems to be right up until the last few pages, very open.
Right. Next one coming in. Copy of Teleprunker Mag 46961 of 7 August 1961. Copy of Teleprompter. Message. There you go. Copy of Teleprompter message 469-61 of 7th August 61. I can read it. It's been so, and that's just kind of, They even dot the I's and cross them, though. For JIB representative from director, today Melbourne Sun reports the sighting of 12 flying objects. Ooh. Uh-oh. I need to make this smaller. I know. 12 flying objects which floated to the ground. The report went on to say that the RAF would make a report on the incident to the Department of Air. Would you please ask Daffy if they would provide us with a copy of this report? Well, people want to know, and they're going to ask. Let's go on to our next document we've got here. All right. This page is reproduced from a badly faded or illegible source. So let's read it. JIBM Representative Washington. Attached is a copy of a report by Captain J.A.D. Forsyth of the USS Weomera. Weomera. I don't know, Weomera, on the observation of a flying object. It is requested that a copy be passed to the CIA for information. Ooh, this is a good one.
So that's a ship.
SS
Weomera. So it's a boat.
Yeah. Let's look that up. See if I can find it. WEO. SS. It's not the Wimmera. Not AS. One more time. I don't know. We'll have to. I'll go ahead and have to find it another time. I can't find which it is. Either way, we're going to find out where this is. Anyway, so let's get on to the next page and find out what the heck they've got on their report. Let's go to it. Oh, great. Here we go. JIBM Representative Joint Intelligence Bureau, London. Unidentified flying object. Okay. There we go. SS WOOMERA. One more time. We'll come back. That is a town in Australia. I'm not finding a boat. SS Wimmera. Get his name here too. I'm not sure why I'm doing this, but something is saying J8A Forsyth. No, nothing. We will find him. Let's move on. I will come back to that one. All right. Getting further, attached here to his original report, which has been forwarded from Forsyth. God, it's the same frickin' cover again. Any communications are intended for Captain Forsyth may be forwarded to his ship, care of Hutter Parker Limited in Melbourne. Here we go. Nice. So SS Woomera, Captain Forsyth report on observation of phenomenon. Observers, we have a second officer, a chief engineer, and a fifth engineer. We'll have to find out where this is. See if I can find out where the hell this is. See if I can find this easily. Get rid of chief engineer. No, it's not letting me find it easy. We've got to go find this on a frickin' map. So anyway, let's get down to the description. At 1400 hours, It's not going to let me, actually. It's too dirty for me to go in and select it. Okay, at 1400 hours EST, 8th of February, 1958, whilst in the above position, a contrail was observed to form about 50 degrees altitude and bearing 290 degrees from the ship. The contrail developed rapidly, passed over the vessel's zenith, and faded out about 40 degrees altitude at a bearing of 110 degrees. Again reformed about 30 degrees and finally disappeared at an altitude of about 15 degrees on the same bearings in the same direction over the township of Kingston. The contrail appeared to originate from some fast-moving body. The height was estimated of 50,000 feet plus. The contrail remained visible for some 30 minutes, gradually disappearing with the effluxion of time. It was white in color. The second officer likened the contrail to the trails left by V-2 rockets when launched, having observed such launchings from the North Sea during 1944. Abnormal refraction was noted at the time of observing the SS Lakar, bound in the opposition course, was first observed well below the horizon, and the image of this vessel was seen to be inverted. Later, as two images gradually fading as the vessel hull came up on the horizon. That's just an effect of what they saw. It could. What year was this in? (1961) or 1964, somewhere. Did we have our high-flying spy planes back then? The U-2.
I don't know. Good question, because it doesn't sound like ET.
We've had them since 1956. Doesn't sound like an ET, no. Now, they have had ones, how it went and created, one, if you want to call it, how it created one contrail, but it's weird how it broke and then it restarted again. Who knows? Let's move on. Our next document we've got coming up is Unidentified Flying Object attaches a copy of a memo from the Department of Territories on the reported sighting of falling objects in the territory of Papua New Guinea. Sound familiar? It is requested that a copy be passed to JIB for information. Oh, I wonder if that means that that projectile we saw that came in and hit the planet was a delivery service. You never know. 2. The Department of Territories has been informed that from the defense point of view, further investigations would not be justified. Let's go ahead and take a look at this one. Attached are 3 copies of the memorandum, the Department of Territories about the subject, blah, blah, blah. Pass it along, please. Here we go. Let's take a look and see. All right. Office of the Secretary of Department of Defense, Melbourne. February 3rd, 1958. Advice was recently received from the administrator of Papua New Guinea that 2 corporals stationed at Vanimo on the northwest coast of New Guinea reported the sighting of an object in the sky. The following quotation is from a written report by Corporal McCulloch. Quote, "The object was sighted at exactly 9:30 p.m. on Friday, December 6th. It appeared as a bright white light a little above the crest of the ranges to the southwest and fell from sight behind the horizon. Although out of sight, a bright glow remained and lasted for about 5 seconds. Soon after the glow disappeared, a muffled impact was heard as though a heavy object hit the ground at some distance. A compass bearing on the position, blank, 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 was found to be 243 degrees magnetic." It sounds like they saw a meteor impact and a big one, or they heard something crash.
Yeah, you're right. I think that sounds like
They saw a white light going down, and they saw a flash, and they heard an impact happening. Which it could be a crashed UFO, but probably not. The administration reports that the district officer of the area considers it probable that the object fell behind a coastal range in an area believed inhabited on the Australian side of New Guinea border. The administrator reported that for him to follow up the report any further, it would be expensive and time and money, and he does not at this stage propose to take any further action on the matter. So that is a nothing burger. Let's move on. All right, restricted. Copy number 21, Joint Intelligence Committee Addendum number 71/1957, investigation into reports of unidentified flying objects. I want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything here in the show.
Wow, this is
1957.
Shit.
There we go. What was that again, Larry?
1957, the
yep.
year I was born.
Yep. Attached is a copy. I just delete that. Oh, fuck. All right. Attached is a copy of the memorandum from the Director of Air Force Intelligence to Director Joint Intelligence Bureau on the above matter. And referring to the matter to Controller, the Joint Service Organizations, the Director of Joint Intelligence and Bureau said, it would appear that reports in question cover a number of subjects, including those in the aeronautical field, and hence would be appropriately a study for the Scientific and Technical Intelligence Subcommittee when formed. I doubt whether the Scientific and Intelligence Branch would have time or facilities, certainly not in the early days, to devote much study of these reports. The branch could, however, probably serve as coordinator for any investigation required. 2. The Director of Joint Intelligence Bureau suggested that the subject should be brought forward for Joint Intelligence Committee discussions when the Scientific and Technical Intelligence Subcommittee has been formed and was in operation. The matter will be listed for consideration by the committee at an early date. So this is when they were going to get a new committee in the government together. And after this committee came together, they wanted them to take this up.
Yeah, and it just makes me wonder, where are they spending their money if they're not willing to spend it on this? Is it just, I don't know.
I have no idea. It's something we're just going to have to... There's a lot of questions, but also a lot of good info earlier in the report. Let's move on. This is coming from the 1st of April, 1957, going to the Director of the Joint Intelligence Bureau on the investigation of reports of flying unidentified objects. This department frequently receives reports direct from civilians or passed on by other departments of unidentified flying objects. We also received requests for assistance and advice from various flying saucer research societies. Many of these reports presumably over such mundane things as meteorological and astronomical phenomena. Others appear to be inexplicable. Most of them are outside of the aeronautical field. 3. As your branch has now established a scientific intelligence section, it would appear that these reports could be best investigated and evaluated by one of your scientific research officers, who will have a broader background of knowledge of this type of phenomena than anyone in this directorate. 4. If you agree that you can accept this commitment, I will be glad to make available all the papers which we have acquired to date on this subject. This is coming from P.W. Dawson, W.C., who is the group captain of the Director of Air Force Intelligence. So again, willing to say, we're not the right people. You guys need to decide where it's going to go. Please take all the information we've put together. We're not the right people. That's what I keep on hearing in a regular tone coming from them. And honestly, it's almost like that seems to be a very similar line that, did I miss something in the audience? No. Okay. Criticize the UFO topic with what is going on. Swamp gas and seagulls, very important. Yeah, okay. Criticize the doc without criticizing. Report state if the kind of reporters inside out can be washed. Just double check. How come the aliens don't barbecue field mice? I don't know. I wish I would know. All right. Everything's good in the chat. Sorry if I haven't been paying attention, but again, I'm deep in document mode. And usually when I'm in document mode, here, I'm not looking out there. Sorry about that, everybody. Let's go ahead and move on to the next page, shall we? We're getting near the bottom. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more pages to go, and we made it. We still have the first 3 pages that we haven't gone through yet, but it was all a bunch of freaking cursive writing. And you need a translator. All right, so Controller, Joint Services Organization on April 9th, 1957. I would appreciate your advice on the proposal containing the attached copy dated 1st of April 1957. It would appear that reports in question cover a number of subjects, including those in the aeronautical field, and hence would be an appropriate study for the STISC when formed. That's the intelligence community we mentioned, the scientific one. I doubt whether the scientific intelligence branch would have time and facilities. This is the same thing we've heard before. Just another copy of it. Let's go to the next document we've got here. Same report we saw before, another copy of it. This is the distribution list for everyone this document went through, it looks like. Starting with the director, the secretary, a director, assistant director, CIO, et cetera, going all the way down. So we know all the different people who, God, remember the distribution lists? Larry, how do you get it? I haven't seen one of those. I can't tell you how long.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
It reminds me of the bigot list.
Yeah, it does. It does. Oh shit! I just went way too far on this in this thing here. Give me a second.
Just for probably the audience knows, but the bigot list is what they call in the Wilson Davis document. That was the list of people that were cleared to see the information, and no one who was not cleared on that bigot list, no matter what their credentials were going to see anything. It's interesting that they call it bigot.
I know. That's it. That's the document, actually. We made it through it. The other ones I have here are screen caps I had. I can't believe we finally got to the end of this document. Holy cow, what a freaking trek. Holy cow. So, what do you think, audience? Yeah, we've grueled through this. Yeah, I know, one day after the next, talking about this document, trying to get the end of it. But I'd have to say probably the first batch of information we went through was probably the most compelling and everything that came out of this document. Absolutely. Talking about the misinformation, disinformation campaigns, how our United States government is going and actively lying to the American people while behind the scenes they're racing forward with as much as they possibly can. Just paints, it listed all the different universities where research was being done. It listed all the different defense contractors who are working on pieces of the puzzle for the federal government. So there's been a big activity of a lot of people working on this for a long time. And we're not going to go back and say when they were talking about that person says we have thousands of people working on this. They weren't talking about the Avro. If anything, that was just a cover to show we can't figure out how to build something.
Maybe.
Time will tell, to say the absolute least. But it's, it blew my mind. Absolutely. And I wish we had stuff like this, honestly, coming from our own United States government. You know, we've got statements in here that mimic language and information that was in our first UFO report.
Definitely. I've got to say on this report, Thomas, it shows me the Australian thinking of this report. You look at the very, very start for first several pages, really relaxed. You know, we've seen Sapphire Elf. You know, he's quite a relaxed Australian. You know, we tend to think of our Antipodean friends as being very relaxed, and it came across to me the same way. Then you get to the very end, near the very end, and then I'm seeing the direction of the US.
Sorry, the nickname that Julie gave to Tim, Timbits.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Australian relaxed way of thinking, and then the Americans putting their weight behind it to say, look, put a stop to it. That's it. You're not going any further. We've got this. It's not for you to deal with.
Yeah,
I've really seen that on this one.
right.
I think there's a lot to take away from this report. I think I said it the first night, and I think Crypto Mike as well. To me, mind blowing.
Yeah. Nateless says really quick, several punctuation and small grammatical errors in these docs. Odd to see professional documents beginning with sentences with prepositions. Remember, 1, it's Australia. 2, it's between the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Or 50s and 60s, really, when a lot of this was going on. 3rd, it was typed on a typewriter.
Yeah.
You get almost all the way down, you make a mistake. You're not going to go and rip it up and, oh, God.
I think that's why you couldn't find the ship. I think the very first name you were looking at was a typing error. I think it's the HMS.
It kind of was, but it was, it was kind of corrected, and they tried to get it, but on the subsequent, every document that they had after that of the same thing again and again, just got clearer and clearer as time went on.
Yeah. Very, very, very interesting document. Unfortunately, it's not here tonight. But again, I know it wasn't his research that found it. But all kudos to West to bringing it forward for us to see.
Well,
I don't know any other channel that's covering this, which is it makes me excited to be part of.
Yeah.
This,
all right.
channel.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can. There's 3 pages that we haven't covered, and you're going to see
I've just
why.
been trying to look through them. Yeah.
You're going to see why.
Yeah.
March 1950, 14th of March 1958, reference 12A. The subject is, of course, one of the RAAF. But will you please handle it with them? Are you guys reading that with me?
We'll be getting I'm bringing it up.
Yeah.
On my one to have a look.
Oh, I can read it. I can. Note of action. Sure, you're going to put it in, print it, and you're going to frickin'. All right. The original file 12A. Something to draft for action.
Subject is, hang on.
No, right there. What the hell is it? Let's see if.
Passed to Daffy.
Let's see.
For action.
No, yeah. Pass the. Anyway, something draft for action coming from D. Evans. It's not Bob Evans, it's D. Evans. I'm not sure. 30th November 1967. Oh, son of a gun.
Yeah, now we're into the cursive.
Well, that's what I've been reading is the cursive. What do you think? Something blank your advice and comments on folio 13A. Please have received a number of papers from the something on UFOs. To the juror, I don't know, in the last year, but I have refrained from talking with you about our interest, knowing that the U.S. has something the action referred to has then U.S. had taken when the action referring to should we maintain a this is the first time they've actually put eyes on, not okay. Impartial? Something important?
Yeah.
Should we maintain an impartial something on these FULD, fold, jold? That's a ULD.
Field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In this field. Should we maintain impartial something capacity? Should we maintain a impartial capacity in this field? Whew. It's like trying to read a doctor's handwriting. I'm going to leave it big, folks. We're having some fun. This is why I skipped it till the end. Should we make... Okay, so next, let's make this a little bit smaller. Reference M.9. I have discussed the paper loosely enclosed with Mr. Turner and have told him that my views on the subject of UFOs from a scientific intelligence point of view are as follows. A. The present establishment of DSTI has been designed to meet research demands arising from our studies of defense science in countries in the Far East and Southeast Asia, and to keep abreast of major developments in defense science. I get you, but the only thing I'm seeing is in major developments in defense science. That could possibly mean defense science related to technology from these. So, oh no, here we go again. Son of a gun. Why am I killing myself? Reference something 1A. What do you think about this? Jenny XOXO, no. A director, as Daffy points out, these reports cover a number of subjects, including those in the aeronautical field, and hence would suggest an appropriate study for the STISC when formed. I doubt whether IST will give him the facilities, usually not the early days. This is that one document we read at the end? I think this is the actual original copy of it that was transcribed. Okay. Where they're saying it's certainly not in the early days of the branch. The Divek much shady to these reports, blank, but could perhaps serve as a coordination of investigative I can read some of these things. I would suggest that the Daffy be asked to hold the papers he already has to bring the subject forward again when the STISC is formed and in operation. Note. Bronze something, affection locates, oh god, this is worse. I count down Costco's office, no. In Monday, and was aware that the matter would be sufficient and for STISC for something with, no. They're just saying now, this is from the RAF, from the joint, from the JIB, that basically is saying the RAF is not the place to go ahead and do this. Yes, it's Latin to me too. I'm just trying to read some of these. Some of them I could. This one was readable. This one here last at the end. No. I could say of something. No. I guess this is how people used to write. That's just like chicken scratch.
Unfortunately, still do.
Yeah, someone said Brown bring to attention. Brought to my attention. Skip it. Either way, interesting paper to say the least. We survived it. We got through it. Interesting, all the different things that have been covered in it. If we go back again to where we're at and where we're headed next, we're now back at a point looking back at the U.S. again, and well, everything we learned about what took place, we have a good idea about now. We've got a good background of information that's there to go ahead and help us understand the past of the United States. But as we look at where we're at today, we've got more, we've got the RO office working with a bunch of private companies, collecting data again, trying to go ahead and get reports from people, not just taking the stuff from MUFON, but making you check a box. Are you former military, intelligence, blah, blah, blah. Only a certain level of things that they're looking for, and those are the only categories that they're raising to a higher level of certainty of what's being observed. We've got Avi Loeb, who has been actively and vocally taking any of the major sightings that we've had and putting his rule book of existing mathematics against it to go ahead and say what we're seeing can't happen because it's outside of the physics of what we know.
Exactly. It's the old argument about, oh, they can't be here because we know what the fastest speed of the universe is, and we know that they could never get here in time. It would take them just decades and decades to get here. So obviously, this must be just all a bunch of people are dumb. They see Venus and they think it's a spaceship now.
Yeah. Here's the other thing too. Yeah, they couldn't have gotten here. And here's the thing: if those things are here, the only thing it could be would be AI. It wouldn't be alive. It wouldn't be living. It would be artificial intelligence, which would then give them the ability, if they try to put that forward, to go ahead and kill and destroy anything because they're not destroying life.
Oh my God. I never thought of that.
Yep.
Shit.
Yep. The playbook is there in front of us. We just have to be willing to open our eyes to see what's being said. Why are they saying these things? What's the big end game they're getting towards? So we've got Avi Loeb, the disprover in chief, that he's got a great opportunity. I hope he can see some things and he can say, oh, wow, what are those? That can't be. There must be our cameras aren't wrong. Oh, wow, maybe there is something that's going on. We'll see. If not, we've got a potential negative coming our way from that. Now we also have the NASA panel that has people on the panel that have been honestly vocal. They're not neutral. They're not positive. We've got people who have come out there and, put their position that there's no way this stuff can be UFOs, ETs.
Yeah. They still feel like they would be foolish to even go into this with the idea that they might end up concluding that it's extraterrestrial.
Why all these people from outside NASA? Why don't they have all these imaging experts who know how to go ahead and look at the data and analyze it and be able to come forward and stuff and look at it? Yeah, they've got a person from oceanography, but you want to see an imaging person, not an explorer. You want the best imaging person out there, period. Same with satellites, etc. You want, what are all the different types of optics we have? What are all the different surveillance platforms we have? It seems like they set up their panel to completely fail. Mike, welcome.
Oh, thank you, Thomas. Yeah, listen, I've been here the whole time with each episode. Great job. But I wanted you to get through all that material before jumping in. So I figured now that we're at the end of this paper, now would be a good time to comment on it.
Oh yeah, that's what we're doing right now. This is the lessons learned. The lessons learned are for us. What do we learn from this thing? where do we know, and more importantly, where are we at now, and how can we look back at some of these things and see why some of the stuff is being taken, considering the general modus operandi, MO, whatever you want to call it, that our Department of Defense has been taking since 47 or earlier.
Oh yeah, this paper from Australia dictates exactly what the U.S. roadmap is as far as how to handle this over the past 8 decades. So this is insight into all the bullshit we're dealing with today, because nothing has changed. It's the same shit, from the Robertson panel to the Condon report to Blue Book, all of it. It's textbook, even to the point where Australia's government's position with the RAAF in this document stated that when the USAF had released the announcement about closing Project Blue Book, that they were going to use that as justification to close out further investigation on their side of things on this subject, and they were using that as an example. So the U.S. has been pulling the strings the whole time as far as this subject is concerned. And it's obvious from the points that you made earlier that the U.S. says one thing to the public, but does something completely different behind the scenes.
Yep.
Right. And Australia is verifying that, because up until this document came out, and you read it, no one had confirmed that the U.S.'s position has been any different than what they've been claiming the whole time. But this document sheds a big spotlight on what their true policy is and what they've really been doing,
Right.
which I find mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct. And like you said, Mike, it's confirmation. It's good to have this confirmation. You can see the parallels between this document and our documents. It's very clear.
Well, you're right, Larry. I agree with that. And that's going to the point that I'm making, that up until now, before this Australian document came out, people would guess that the government is lying through their teeth about anything to do with this subject, but there was no proof to support that. It was just conspiracy theory. It's what we believe because it's mostly common sense, but there was nothing to back that up. There was nothing to support that from an official capacity. The Australian government now, even though this is over 51 years old, this report, it proves that everything we ever suspected about the government's true handling of this, now it proves that it's not a conspiracy theory, and that's in fact exactly how they've been dealing with this the whole time. Look, there was, 1,000 reports included in this document from the Australian side of it, and we haven't heard one of those reports in 51 years when it came out. They haven't explained anything in depth or detail. Even the last UFO report that came out, they only gave us a number. They didn't give us any further details whatsoever. This Australian document, on the other hand, went into specific details about what was in the reports, what it is that they were dealing with. And let me remind you, a lot of the 1,000 reports that was mentioned in here wasn't strictly from Australia. They were mostly from the United States. But the U.S. government never once said anything to the public about any of that. This report specifically spells it all out. So I think this is valuable because any of the naysayers, any of the debunkers, anybody that says, oh, you think they're full of shit, prove it. Well, now we have the proof, thanks to Australia. So now it's a fact. It's no longer a guess.
Yeah.
And it's pretty evil. Everything, all the information you went over in the past 4 days that was contained in this report is information that's been out there decade after decade after decade, but we never got one fucking word of any of this from our government. We have to get it from a foreign government. Do you know how sad that is?
Yeah.
It means we're in bad shape right now.
Yeah.
And everyone talks about, oh, disclosure. No, the real disclosure just came from this document from Australia from over 5 decades ago. We haven't gotten anything of this magnitude from our government the entire time, and I don't think we will.
And here's the thing, we're not going to hear anything about any kind of practices that happened in the past, and they're holding all of that information back, even if they find it, until, what was it, June 25th, 2024. Why can't, as their investigation goes on and they start finding stuff, Why can't they release it as it goes along?
Well, I can make a quick point to that. You know what? What else makes this document so valuable? They had 18 months to do a historical backtrace of any information that they were in possession of, our government. And when they come forward in 2024 and say, nothing to see here, move along, like Frank Kendall from the Secretary of the Air Force just did, we have this Australian document to counter that and say, wait a minute, what about on this date and that date, these reports that came out? Because we have this information now.
Well,
So
we know the universities where the research was done. We know the companies where technology was being put out to when they were trying to engineer stuff and figure stuff out. It's all in the document.
Yeah, but in the document, it also specifies of the 1,000 reports. It gives us the dates, the specific incident that occurred on that date from the report, which is what we were expecting from the NDA 2023 to come from our government. I guarantee you it never will.
Yeah.
So this document points us in the right direction as far as, okay, this happened on this date back in the 60s, back in the 50s, but our government still is claiming that they have no information on this. Well, now we have proof that they do.
If I can butt in here really quick, Crypto Mike, we got a super chat coming in from the Jimmy M. Jimmy M just saying support. Appreciate it, my friend. Remember that that's we appreciate every super chat that comes in Disclosure tonight. Every dollar that comes in goes back into our production fund. We appreciate your support tonight, Jimmy, and I'm glad there's been a lot of great comments coming from the overall audience talking about how much they've enjoyed learning this. And this is something I've been called a professor and stuff in the past. I like going through a bunch of science and UFO news and a whole bunch of different stuff, but this one we have a chance to really get into the document. Would you I'm gonna ask the audience this: if they rather would have had, we could have just done this as a summary where we talked about the situation, but the truth of the matter is I went through it so all of us as a group, as a community, could learn from it, because I can summarize it, but the importance and the depth of the information wouldn't sink in unless you hear the words and see them yourself.
Well, you know what it is, Thomas? I'll tell you. This document, from beginning to end, has such valuable information in it, and what makes it important to everyone around the world is the fact that for the first time, this is confirmation of everything that anybody ever suspected might be going on behind the scenes. This is actual proof. So you reading it from beginning to end, that's like a hungry man that has a meal for the first time. He has to dive into every mouthful he can. Okay. I get that.
I need to summarize this in a few sentences. The Australians were watching what was going on from an intelligence aspect, watching the United States government, whatever they could find out what was going with regards to the UFO program, starting in 1947 all the way through up 1970. All of their findings or observations of the information they were able to find out was reported back to the RAAF, JIB command, and they watched everything. They looked at the games the United States were playing. They pointed out that United States officially is denying everything, calling it all swamp gas, and it's not real. Yet behind the scenes, they're going to all their defense and other partners and other countries around the world as much as they can to say, "Hey, send us all your information. We want all of it." So there's the double standard going on where it shows our government has been lying to us for a long time, and we went through a lot of effects of what they documented out of different, if you want to call it, people who were exposed to UFOs worldwide. They covered it. And yes, most importantly, Syrup, it's not demons. They talked about, some of the smells that's common. Many places around the world, there's a lot of great information that's in here, but it really comes down to getting in and just reading, going through it like we did. If not, there is a link to the overall description, Jimmy M, to the actual document in the description below. 58 pages. Get it, download it, take up some storage space on your device, and read it. It's a phenomenal freaking read that really should reignite a lot of us in understanding, saying, yeah, we have been lying. Now we've got a foreign government who's pointing the finger at us directly. They're telling us stuff back in 1971, some of the writings that we had that are equivalent to what we got out in our UAP reports from currently that were kicked out in the last year and a half.
That last fucking report that came out
was a joke.
Yeah, it was a joke, and it was, you know, we got advanced word about what they were going to do from that New York Times article, where they basically stated that they, oh God, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, that their main objective was to rule out, you know, to assign, to explain these reports. So they explained half of them with fucking lies, and the other half, you know, and I also heard that they were, from an insider, that they were patting themselves on the shoulder for having been able to provide bullshit excuses for half of these sightings. And that's all they did. They put out a report and said, hey, we got X number and we figured out half of them. So, hey, you take it from there. The other half is probably the same shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck you.
Man,
so
Larry's on fire.
Ellen in the chat says, it leads me to believe our government sold us out. It's 100% dishonest and manipulative, and we funded it. I think he's right. He sums it up exactly the way our government's been dealing with the public.
Uh-oh. Coming in from Raz, going across the YouTube spectrum, One-Eyed Willie, Steve Cambion, is going after the Travis Walton story as bullshit. What's your opinion on this case? Panel chat question, please.
Okay, well, my opinion is that the Travis Walton story is true, but his partner kind of sold him out. What's his name? The other guy, not Travis, but his buddy, who's got mental problems a little bit, and he admits now that, okay, well, yeah, it pretty much did go down the way it did, but you know, but we did see this lighthouse, and we went back and saw this and that. More bullshit.
Yeah, I hear you. It's just it's more drama. You know, rather than going after the Department of Defense, you're going after an old man. What's the point? Seriously, what's the point?
You're talking about Travis Walton?
Yeah.
And Stephen Cambrian? So I'll answer Raz's question. It's pretty simple to me. The answer is that after what this document explained to us as proof and evidence, Travis Walton's story is no longer conspiracy theory.
That's
but
right.
What I think is that Stephen Cambrian is going to be like a vulture that's picking on a dead carcass, and he's going to use things that came out decades after this incident occurred back in '75. Now that Travis Walton has had serious health issues, he's an old man. They're going to bring up that he recently failed the polygraph test, but in the beginning, when he was younger, when this happened, he passed the polygraph test. So they're going to try to use that to debunk it. But that's easy pickings, Raz, and that's a low blow. So it's bad journalism is what it is.
I can tell you for a fact that I was up for an SCI, top secret SCI clearance for the job that I used to work at GTE Government Systems. And I took a polygraph test, and they told me I failed, and I didn't lie about anything. So,
yeah, well, here's the good news, Larry. A polygraph test is not accepted in a court of law as evidence to support a finding one way or the other because they're unreliable. So they don't really mean very much, one way or the other. It doesn't prove or disprove.
As soon as you get to the question, did you kill your wife? I mean, when did you kill your wife? Let's say that. When did you stop beating your husband? Or when did you stop beating your wife? You know, those kind of questions, I mean, they're going to make people nervous.
Yeah, but listen to me. The reason why polygraphs are unreliable technology is because they can be beaten very easily. If you put a thumbtack in your shoe and step on it, it'll skew the results of the test. So that's why they don't accept it in a court of law.
That's the truth. And I have a friend who did get cleared, and he told me that's exactly what he did.
All right.
Yeah, it's one of the oldest tricks, but you could have a health issue that could skew the results of the polygraph. It's unreliable. It's not foolproof.
All right.
So,
I've got a simple question here I'm going to bring up. Let me get the music up. I found a good way to ask this question here. Where is it at? Let's throw this on. We've got our news music up. We've asked a question of the audience. Please tell us. Let me jump across where everybody can see. Not that one. Here we go. Desktop Zoom. The question is, Travis Walton's story is A, mostly fact, or B, mostly fiction. Take your choice. But I figured that was the best way to put it. Because I'm not going to use the word believe, because I'm not going to use believe, because leave believe for religion. Is it true? Is it fact or is it fiction? Do you think it's the truth or not? Right now, so far, 29 votes in, 86% of our viewers are saying it's mostly fact. Go ahead, vote. Come on, if you're listening in, we've got, let's see how many people we can get on this one. I think we've got 120 people watching the show right now. 72 likes. If you're going to vote, give us a thumbs up as well. If you're not, well, don't give us a thumbs down either way. What do you think, folks? I'm going to put one more minute timer on this. Hey, Google, set a timer for 1 minute.
Sure, 1 minute. And we're starting now.
There we go. We got 36 votes in. Come on, people, vote. It's easy to do. Just off to your side. There's something you can open up the chat. There should be a poll there if on a mobile device. I know it's a little bit more difficult, but it's worth it. 38 votes in with just 45 seconds left. It looks like the votes have stalled.
You know, I hope people don't think I'm an angry son of a bitch, but this kind of stuff just, you know, I'm not like this all day long. I mean, I just, lying is one of those things that I think is evil, and the CIA is the master of lies.
Yeah.
And they're setting the pace, and I don't know what to do about it, but I'm gonna have to just calm down a little bit and hope that I mean, this document is definitely going to advance the story. It's productive. It certainly is.
Oh yeah. All right. We are up to 43 votes. Time is up. 44 votes in. 45 votes. I'll let it go for another couple seconds. Come on, let's get this done. Timer is out. I am going to go and end the poll. But look at that. The statistics up. I shut it down too early. Get this right now. Uh-oh, Cupcake is on the move again. She's going to be up for her sabbatical walk. Travis Walton's story is the audience stuck right at 87%. Mike T is in the audience. Welcome, Mike. The audience stuck 86%. Everyone here believes it's mostly true. And I guess someone can try and be a shock jock and try and get famous, but let's pick on our federal government. Let's pick on the government. Let's go ahead after the people who have been covering it up.
Cambrian's just looking for new information, new stuff to do. He's running out of stuff to debunk.
Yeah. Yeah,
but 48 years ago, Larry, I think it's old news, don't you?
Yeah. You know, there was...
it shows you he has nothing new to talk about.
Cambion was talking about... I think it was Rich Goofon was talking... I can't say it any more times. If I say it 2 more times, you'll appear, which you could be watching anyway. But anyway, this was something that he had covered on his show, you know. Not that one. No, it's not it. There we go. He had covered on his show like a year or so ago, and I specifically remember Alien Girl 111 talking about it, and I remember, I think Rich was talking about it, so somehow that was quiet. It kind of fell into the distance, and now we're back.
Because there's no fresh news to talk about.
Yeah. There's some other old people to go ahead and talk about who may have some, may not be as stable as they used to be. Yeah.
He has a long history, Travis Walton, of alcoholism, health issues, old age. So he's pretty easy to try to take apart now.
Yeah.
that's not fair, and it's not real sport.
Yep. Jason Brown has a good thing to say here. Let me get back into our studio now. Thanks for the idea for having a survey on this one. Absolutely. Travis Walton has no reason to fabricate. His story was substantiated by many witnesses. It's almost impossible to counter his account. I don't know how you're going to try and counter it, unless it's just going to be someone else coming forward and trying to say something else and throw things under the bus, which isn't going to go anywhere. So, welcome to UFO Drama 101.
Listen. The most important thing about this Australian document that you spent the past 4 days on, our government has not once ever openly discussed to the general public anything about an abduction. Meanwhile, this report was full of them, which proves that they exist, they happen. It's just that our government is not recognizing it. And a lot of the information that this report is reflecting comes from our government. So I think that this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that abductions take place, they're aware of it, and they are taking a reverse position on that to the general public, and they always will. So Alan makes very good points about that.
Yeah. I'll be right back, guys. Continue to talk about this, involve the audience. I have to go take Cupcake outside.
Go ahead, Tom. Do what you have to do.
I'm going to put the chat on auto. Don't get me in trouble, guys.
No, I won't. You know that.
Oh, I know.
Take your time.
Crypto Mike, any other comments?
Well, I mean, it's obvious that this report that Thomas spent all this time on has been establishing facts, not theory. And the facts that came out over the past 4 days only confirm everything we've ever thought or believed, which is something that, I don't think that the government is going to be too happy about that, because this was buried so deep for so long, this document. I don't think they thought it would ever see the light of day. I mean, it comes from a government and a country on the other side of the world. So they don't think that information like this would ever come out. I mean, in all this time, it never did. So they thought they were pretty much out of the woods. But the fact that it did pop up, and Thomas has been going in detail about this, and this report is now spread all over Twitter. It's spread throughout everybody that's on YouTube. It's not going to go away. This information is not a theory. This report is not a theory. This report reflects the fact of what occurred during the time of the report over 50 years ago. And nothing has changed from then to now. So I think this is going to be a good club for anybody who wants to use it to go against what our government has been trying to push aside and deny its existence, that these things ever happened, that any of this is real. And I think that this report is on a level of the 3 naval UAP videos that Lou Elizondo brought to the New York Times with Christopher Mellon. I think it carries the same weight as far as the general public and the difference between what's true and what isn't. So that being said, I'd like to say, LM, since you're in the chat anyway, why don't you jump in the pool with us and come back to the panel and add your 2 cents into the end of this Australian blockbuster report that we've been covering. And this was all thanks to Wes Decker, who found this report and brought it to everybody's attention. I think it was amazing research that he did. And I think that this is something that people are going to be talking about for a long time to come. So,
yeah, Mike, I'm just going to chip in. It wasn't West's research. He's got it from somebody else. Now I can't remember who it is, but
yeah, he said there's somebody on Twitter that found it from talking about Ross Coulthard. I remember.
For him to bring it forward, certainly to our channel.
That was my point, Andy, that he brought it to this channel's attention.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about it openly.
Yeah, I think it's phenomenal. I said it, I think on the first night, mind blowing, and then you reiterated the other night.
Yes,
I think this is possibly bigger than the Tic Tac videos, and
Yeah, you're right. I agree, Andy.
It brings out everything, as you've so eloquently put it, that we've all been speculating about and all been talking about for the last however many years. This is it in black and white.
Yeah, you're right, Andy. It's proof with details. Proof. Right. It's evidence.
Yeah, definitely.
And we have this entire community, this subject has never had any real proof aside from those 3 naval videos that came out to support any of the theories. This document supports them all, from abductions to how the craft work and the technology, the experience to it, even the simple fact that the report explained that when you come into contact with this technology, if you're running a gasoline-powered car, it dies out, but diesel-powered car the motor continues to run. And I can tell you why that is, because a diesel engine doesn't have electric spark plugs.
Yep.
That's what Andy said last night.
Right. So what that means is the technology, it jams out all electronics, but it doesn't physically stop. And the point about time freezes, well, the reason I'm bringing up the diesel engine is because the diesel engine continuing to run when it's within the technology's field, it disproves and debunks that it's actually stoppage of time. Because if it was, the diesel engine wouldn't be running.
Right.
But it was.
But some of them, Mike, their stopwatch stopped also.
If it's an electric battery operated watch, which is electronic, then yeah, it would. But if it's
not a stopwatch, their watches died. Back in the days when it was, back in the 50s, this wasn't. They didn't have the LCD watches. If LM was here, he'd tell you when the LCDs.
Wind-up watches.
Yeah, there were wind-up watches back then. If the watches stopped, that's a stop of time. I'd go down that one. Now,
yeah, it's strange. I mean, there's conflicting information on that, but we didn't. If we had more information on what happened and we were able to look at it scientifically, we might be able to come up with some sort of an answer.
Yeah.
But because that's been withheld from us by our government, and with what we were able to get out of the Australian government with this, I think that gives us at least confirmation of any of the things that we believe might be true. And we'll probably, if it goes to the right members of Congress, this could open doors that before were going to remain closed, because now they can't deny it.
Yeah.
What are they going to say? The Australian government's completely full of shit? They could try, but then that's an ally. I really don't think they'll go there. The Department of State wouldn't be too happy about a comment like that. What do you think, Thomas?
I missed most of this conversation.
Okay, then I'll ask Andy or Larry, what's your opinion on that?
I think you're absolutely right.
I think, I'm 100%.
Yeah, so the key thing is that this report from Australia gave us more details of information than we've ever gotten out of our government, period. At least we know the facts.
I think the sad fact of the truth is it's not going to come from the American government. It's going to come from Australia, or I doubt the United Kingdom. We're too closely aligned. I think the Australians, as I said a bit earlier, are more relaxed in their way of thinking. Possibly there may be other documents out there now that somebody can begin to chase that might add extra weight to this. Not that it needs it. It's absolutely 100% in my mind. But it's going to be the way. If we're going to get anything, we have to circumvent the usual channels that everybody's been banging the doors of the Department of Defense and all the other U.S. agencies.
Yeah,
it's going to have to come from somewhere else.
Yeah, and isn't that? I think your point earlier was how sad is that? How sad is that? The greatest country supposedly in the world, the richest country in the world, and we have to get the information from someone else.
Larry, it's like going to the head office at the Vatican and say, "Can I please have a list of all your pedophiles?"
Yeah.
They're not going to give it up easily.
Yeah.
It's been a secret they've had there for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and it's not going to come out easily. Well,
not at all. That's the unfortunate part of all.
Right.
I've even seen people who have said, "Oh, I'm not sure I want the information." I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, those are people with their head in the sand.
Yeah.
There's going to be a bunch of those.
Oh my God, yeah.
You know, I did put in the chat there, but somebody needs to send this to Avril Haines, and the only question they need to put is well. You know,
Someone needs to take this to Kirsten Gillibrand. Actually, you know what? My post on Twitter was retweeted hundreds of times. Believe it or not, covering this document. It was flagged to Gillibrand. It was flagged to Rubio. The first 2 times I posted this on Twitter wasn't my own feed. Was in replies. Was tweets going back to Tim Burchett. This is the kind of stuff where he can say, the government's been lying to us, and here's the proof. Not just his supposition of what it is. I'd like to have him go ahead and read some of this on the floor of the House of Representatives. That would be really frickin' powerful.
Oh, this would be a good weapon to do that in the Congress.
Oh, I know.
But it isn't just Burchett. I think Mark Warner, Marco Rubio, Mike Gallagher, as well as Gillibrand.
Yeah.
I think they're on the side of this subject coming out.
Sorry, I still think we need to get Maxine Waters involved in this. She is a shrewd bitch, and we need women like that to fight this fight. Just saying.
Well,
nothing wrong about that. She is a very strong woman. In the wrong ways, but
yeah, well, she is.
Let's harness the energy for something else, for something good.
The problem that I see with that theory is the fact that now that Kevin McCarthy is Speaker of the House, he's going to be pushing back against all of this.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear who got canned today? Shifty Schiff and Adam
Schiff.
Swallow?
Yeah, it was, who was it?
Shifty Schiff, Adam Schiff.
Yeah, Adam Schiff.
And Mike Swalwell or Steve Swalwell, whatever it is. He's the guy who was going out with a Chinese spy and didn't know it.
Oh, yeah, I remember him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they both got pushed off the Intelligence Committee.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
You know, they deserve it. They were in my opinion.
But what about Nadler? Is he still going to be on there? They couldn't get.
That would be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how this is going to shake up. LM says that send this report to Arrow. Send it to Kirkpatrick.
Yeah.
I don't know how much good that would do, to be honest with you. I think LM is a good idea.
They already know what they're trying to cover up. They already know what they're trying to cover up.
Oh, yeah. Look at what happened with, Avi Loeb.
Yeah. I'd like to see Lou say, hey, read this doc, Lou. This is a good thing. Point back and to say this is what we're fighting against. I mean, but seriously, at least we covered it. Nobody else did.
I got a better idea. How's this?
Yeah.
He's not done with his book yet, right? He should put this report in his book to substantiate a lot of the claims he's making.
Hey, his book could be done, is already probably done, and it's in review with the Pentagon at this point. That takes a while for anything to get done. So I'd probably say that's where that's at. But either way, it comes down to pointing down and saying, if you want to find some stuff, this is where it's at. And it really does. It just takes so many, I'll keep on saying again and again, it just takes so many of our thoughts and concerns and different speculations we've had from a lot of people and just ties it all together in a nice, simple package.
How about another approach? If it's not going to fall on dead ears in Congress, the next best thing would be to get the attention's public with something like this. How about somebody that is a key representative of the fourth estate of the news, the mainstream media? Somebody should take the ball and run with this, and it would spread like wildfire.
Already moved. Come here.
What's the guy's name on Fox? That was
Fucker Carlson? Yeah.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson.
You got Fucker Carlson, followed by Hannity, followed by Tranity. All three of them.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Yeah, all three of them. She looks like a tranny. I'm sorry. Yeah, and by the way, to that guy on Twitter that was making fun of the cross-dresser, fuck off, guy. My God. there are people on Twitter that are so just freaking vain, and they're going to take pictures of someone who was on a night show, and there's this guy who's, well, he's got a really fancy dress on, and he looks really happy. And they just want to go ahead and just take people and throw them under the bus. Oh, my God, look, it's a guy wearing a dress. And it's just, seriously? What about Ellen? What about Rosie O'Donnell? They dress like men. You're not saying stuff about them. What about Dame Edna? You know, she's someone who was in drag and part of, you know, British television for the longest time. And the burlesque thing. And plus we had all the different burlesque people who were guys who dressed up as women who were actually hookers as well, who were back in the Wild West all across the United States of America. What about Abraham Lincoln? He went to bed with a guy. He didn't sleep with his wife. He slept with a man. Gee, I wonder why.
Well, I heard Mary was a mental case. That may be one of the reasons.
Well, yeah. But either way, you have to look at stuff, and you know, there's just so many things between here and there. Why? You know what? The guy's probably jealous because he makes a lot. The person in the dress makes a lot more money than the person who was complaining. But either way, I'm sorry I went off on that little aside. But yeah, yes, that's the Republicans.
I like it.
Yeah.
Hey, Crypto Mike, I have a question for you.
Larry, anytime. You know, you're more than welcome. Go ahead.
I cannot imagine at this point how the U.S. government is ever going to save face with when all the truth comes out. And if they can't save face, what's going to happen in our country? If we lose complete faith in the deep state, what's going to happen?
Can I show you guys something I've got from Twitter here that'll just blow your mind? We're going back into ancient history again.
Yeah, please do.
You know Quetzalcoatl and his UFO, right?
Yeah.
Well, look at this in Aztec Mexico, New Zealand, ancient Egypt, and Mexico. Would you look at that? They're all in little frickin' UFO type things. It's the same thing that's being shown time and time again. Just different ways the same thing is being shown.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been, yes, I still go on Twitter and I look for different things. What is this one? Well, I'll save this one for tomorrow if there's anything else here. No, the Earth did not. The core of the Earth did not stop rotating. It's a bogus headline. Oh, believe it, this is a really cool one. Remember the Arrow logo that we had?
Yeah.
Apparently, there was a patch that they designed, and 2 months before the thing went live on the website, at this one particular website that they had called aviatorgear.com, they actually had this official patch up for order. And we have actually the specification of how the patch needs to be made. And there's a guy who actually, when it first showed up, was able to order like 50 patches. After he ordered the 50 patches, he was able to go ahead and he went back to get more. And it's like, sorry, it's no longer available. Then they called him and said, are you a part of this unit or whatever it is? Otherwise, you're not allowed to order more.
Wow.
But the good thing is, we have the design for the patch.
What does this mean? I mean, does it mean that we were at some point...
NIM Aviation...
No, wait, let me ask the question. What does it mean that this was approved by someone? And of course they're saying it was never approved, but it was.
Yeah, it was.
And so obviously there's a division, but some faction of the Pentagon thought that maybe they were going to move forward with disclosure, and the other half said, fuck no, take that off of there.
So NIM Aviation, their job is to lead the intelligence community's efforts to identify, analyze, and integrate intelligence on threats and vulnerabilities in the air domain. And part of their logo is a fecking UFO right there. Now, I'm thinking, I'm going to go ahead and have these patches made up. I'm going to go find another company besides Aviator Gear. I've got a design specification here. I can send this to anybody. and they should be able to go ahead and make it. Now, if I have to go ahead and trace this and give them a vector file from that, I can take that, trace it, turn it back into a vector file. Actually, they should be able to take this and turn it into a vector file if necessary. I'm going to make the patches.
Absolutely. That's something we can do.
Yeah. That's cool. That is cool stuff to go ahead and award to people in our audience. We'll figure out what to do with it. Figure out a way they can easily mail this thing. The only thing is, if we have, I guess you can mail a patch anywhere around the world, right?
Of course you can. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You can deal with that.
So it's only a piece of cloth, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's
Have some things for the audience and different things. Let people go ahead and have prizes and give away
put
prizes.
it down as a novelty item on your export
Yes.
thing when you do it.
Any kind of show where you have prizes makes it more fun for the audience, makes it more fun for everybody. So if I can find a way, we could do stickers, yes, but a patch is so much cooler. But a patch can go on shirts, can go on hats, and all the different stuff. Depends on what people like it, but it still looks cool. We could also put that on, the more of an item it becomes, the more it, how do you put it? It becomes more difficult to send anyone around the world. I just need to figure out a way to be able to get that around to people and everything like that. I wouldn't mind taking and animating that as a logo itself, as a piece of artwork. That wouldn't be hard to do as well.
Yeah.
There was a really cool post. Since we're talking about different stuff, we got a great conversation. Audience is kind of hanging around for at this point. There was a post today on Twitter. Let me go to Klaus said, "Please, someone, make a video game based on UFO lore."
I thought he left Twitter forever.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
He came right back. He just shut the stuff down for a day. And it's like, I've got to shut it down for the week. I'm going to disable it because I have this shit to get done for my real job. He was back the next day. What I came from, what did I say? Most importantly, from the perspective of the ET on the UFO. Let's give them mission objectives. Perhaps revisiting the Desert Strike. Return fire point of view. Take it from the moon, air, undersea, overland. The possibilities are endless. We always take it from the position of the humans. Let's take it from the position.
There was a game many years ago, and I can't recall it. And you could abduct, not abduct, but you could basically abduct cattle. It's a very vague memory. I can't remember.
Yeah,
what
that could be part of it, part of the farming thing. A lot of games you go ahead, you go off burn, you do a whole bunch of things, you create a whole bunch of tasks, you get stuff done. They call it farming. You build up your points of stuff now that you've farmed so many cattle that you can go ahead and you have all this material. Now you can go ahead and create stuff. So it basically gives you an economy of things you need to go ahead and do as tasks to give you the points and other stuff that you can then use to upgrade your systems, do different stuff, and move forward. But I want to see it from the perspective of the creatures in the UFO that controls space and time-space, and they can move around and do all these crazy stuff, and everything around them is moving in slow motion. And if anything, that would go ahead and expose the fallacy that UAP in our airspace are a threat.
Right.
They're not.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no. How many collisions have we had between UFOs and aircraft in this country? In this world? None.
Yeah.
We've had some close calls, but it's close calls, but we think it's a close call. But for the UFO, it's not a close call.
Can I make a suggestion about the game?
Oh, yeah, please do.
Oh, okay. According to the Australian report that we covered, you could make a mission of the ETs going and collecting bunny rabbits on the ground.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah.
Here.
How many rabbits can you collect with the technology?
Yeah. We could deal with airships and Trinity and Roswell. It's entertainment, but it's also educational. I want to make it educational not from the historic value. I want to make it educational to understand the advanced technology that these craft actually have and how they can game everybody in the United States from the fastest to the slowest whenever they want.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's in your wheelhouse. That's your area of expertise.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's why I just talked about a bunch of gameplay mechanics and everything else to get to it, to make it fun. But you just have to figure out how to do it and get it there. If I could find a team of people to come together and do it, I'd love to go ahead and create it. I used to make games for a long time, and I don't play video games. I've made a lot, but I don't play them because if I ever get into playing it, I'll feel guilty that I'm doing something and I'm not actually creating something for all these other people to enjoy in, and I'm just enjoying it myself. Does that make sense, kind of?
Yes.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I like creating things that are big and have a kabam to it and go out and lots of people enjoy it, like the live stream, but it's also like video games and everything. I could spend the time playing it, but you know what? I have more fun or equal fun creating what everybody's going to have fun with and then enjoying in the fun everybody else has playing it because, when you're making it, you're playing it the entire time.
Yeah, why don't you spread the word at the office and see if somebody wants to get involved and volunteer as a hobby to try to make a
Oh, no, not there. Other there's more than a big enough community out there from it. You have to have the concept. You have to have the design. I can see the pitch going in my mind, but it's just understanding that, oh, God, yes. I hear what you mean. Mike T, are you still in the back? You joined a while ago. You haven't said a feckin' thing. Did we lose Mike T?
Yeah, we lost him.
You never said anything. Mike T, you can set up the CDCI pipeline next week, but if you use Azure, you're fired. Just saying.
That's a continuous integration, continuous deployment.
Yes. I deal with it every day. Every time a developer makes a commit into our develop branch, another build of the product gets automatically built and kicked out for QA to go ahead and use. When we go ahead and create a release, it actually goes off into a different build that more people go ahead and get. And finally, when you do something for final, it gets kicked out, goes to the App Store, and goes out to a lot of people. Yes, I work on an app that millions of people use on a regular basis. I'm not as proud as it could be, but it's going to get better, I promise. When you work at a big company, there's only so much you can possibly do. And you can try and push and guide. And finally, after almost 9 years, people are listening. And by the way, I am coming up at the end of February, beginning of March, of my 3rd year, gonna be post-COVID. And I still haven't fucking got off of this disease. I got out of the shower today and looked down at my feet. I was like, oh, fuck. I'm seeing the last 2-3 digits on my feet. They're showing signs of being attacked again. I'm down to like 3 milligrams of prednisone a day. And I wanted to go down to 2 milligrams a day. But based on what I'm seeing, I can't go down. I have to stay there. Maybe I'm going to try maybe taking 2 in the morning, 1 in the evening, see if it makes a difference. But it's still, I can't stop this. And I went to, what was it? ChatGPT. And I said, okay, besides prednisone, what are the treatments for post-COVID vasculitis? And everything that I got was all chemo meds, except for prednisone. I've taken the first batch of stuff. I haven't gone on the biologics, but all the stuff, which is really interesting, all the stuff that they point towards is like non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and leukemia, lymphocytic leukemia. And it's like, woohoo. But that's what they thought I had many times when I was young because of the shit that happened to me when I was a kid. So there's just a mix-up of stuff, and I don't want to have to go on that stuff. I was on methotrexate, which is basically taking chemo once a week, and it was horrible. And I don't want to go down that pipe again.
I hate this world, man. I just fucking hate it.
Oh, I know. Thank Anthony Fauci for all this. Yes, all the horrible things that have happened. I want reparations for this. I can't go to a bar and fucking have a drink. I can't go hang out with my coworkers and have fun. And I always wanted to have that kind of stuff in the past where I work and everything. And now that it's happening, it's all coming together. I can't even fucking participate. You know, that sucks. I can't go to pizza parties. I used to have pizza for my staff all the time. Bring in Fridays, let's have meetings, talk about stuff, and enjoy it. No, I can't go in for that. I can't go to a buffet. I can't go to a restaurant. I can't go to a grocery store. I can't go to the hardware store to buy the fucking paint from the walls in the house without risking my life. It sucks.
Yeah, but listen, you're right about the biologics. Whatever you do, don't go on them. Don't start.
Oh, I know that. There's new research being done from macrophages, which are a bigger type of organism which you can introduce to the body that actually gets rid of all types of inflammation, including the kind of stuff that I'm dealing with potentially, different types of things like rheumatoid arthritis and all that stuff. Yes, we're talking about old people stuff. But I have to say the biggest thing that has helped me lower my prednisone the most, it knocks me out every night. However, I take 2 freaking, Benadryl every night. It knocks me the hell out. However, it's allowing me to lower my prednisone faster. Mike T, welcome back to the conversation, my friend.
Hey, Thomas. I'm getting an echo. Is anybody else hearing it?
No.
Do you have the, what do you call it, YouTube still open?
Yeah, that's what
there you go. At least you got it. We're not hearing it. Thank you very much, my friend. So what do you set up CI/CD pipelines on, my friend?
Well, in Azure, I have a CI/CD pipeline set up in Azure right now. At work, we use...
How the fuck did I know that one, huh?
Yeah, I know, right? At work, we use Jenkins and AWS. So.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
I'm more of a Google Firebase GCP guy myself, although I work at a shop that's going more towards Azure. But yeah. Good to see there's someone else in the technology. What area of dev are you in?
Well, I'm actually doing stuff in crypto.
Nice.
I'm more on the Kotlin side. But I actually started in COBOL 85. Then I came up through the Microsoft stack.
Oh, I mean, yes, MVC, or now what is it called again?
It's MVC patterns.
It's MVC. I'm just trying to think of the old platform
the old stuff was COM-DCOM.
Yeah,
and the DNA architecture.
Yep.
Which was all the N-tier architectures. Did a lot of development in that space.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, a lot of VB, and then VB.net, ASP.net.
Oh, I was on ASP before it was even launched, actually. I was working for the company who was actually doing some of the initial promotional materials for ASP back in the days.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Yeah. Cool stuff. They've been around for so long. I almost went and worked for them a couple times. I'm glad I didn't, actually.
Yeah.
Mike T, I have to ask you about your logo there, because that is one of the, it's on the dollar bill, right? And we've all seen this. We've all seen that the capstone is levitated from the rest of the body. And I'm wondering, what does that mean? And I think I'm going to give you my guess, and I want to hear your opinion. My opinion is that, the Masons, they claim that they had a secret, right? I think the secret was anti-gravity. And I think that we're seeing the levitation of that capstone there as a Masonic secret, that they've lost it now. They've lost the information. But they, at some point, I think that they used to have knowledge of anti-gravity. What do you think?
I don't know. You might be right. I'm not really sure. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I happened to see the graphic thought it was really neat. I do like to read a little bit about some of those studies, like Masonic and the Templars, and I do have a sort of a side interest in that. I do think it's pretty interesting, but I don't have a lot of depth in that area. I couldn't really tell you what that symbolism really means, other than it's apparently it means God, or it means the all-seeing eye.
The all-seeing eye, the eye of Saruman. Yes.
Yeah.
There's another theory that the pyramids were actually landing points for the UFOs, and that would make a lot of sense to me. That they would land on top of the pyramid, and then people could come up, and meet them.
I would say honestly, Larry, with respect to that, if you look at the Pyramid of the Sun down in Teotihuacan, down in Mexico, there were plenty of landing pads around the pyramid for them to land. But the actual pyramid itself of what we have in Egypt was some kind of energy source, energy generating device of what was there that we still haven't figured out today. And I just, I can't wait until we have to go ahead and restore it one more time to save the Earth.
Oh yeah, that's a great concept.
We've done it. The initial pyramid was built. It was rebuilt in the megalithic stage. It was rebuilt in the polygonal megalithic stage, which saw an unbelievable advancement in technology and just ability to manipulate matter for stone and everything that we still haven't been able to figure out today. And then it had this pure, white aspect, and it just reflected in the sun, had all the stuff inside. And of course, modern man ripped everything off the exterior of it and used it for mosques. But then they went and everything that was inside, all the metals, all the different stuff that they found within the different chambers, was all freaking stripped off and taken away from grave robbers. So, it served a purpose. And if you look at the size of it, literally, if you're around the actual pyramid itself, it changes the gravity around where you're at and actually slows down time. All that weight that's pressing down, granted, there's a lot of limestone, but the inside of it is all granite. And with all the pressure coming in from the outside and the rocks on the inside, it's perpetually generating energy. It's an amazing piece of technology we still haven't understood again today.
Yeah, like a piezoelectric effect, huh?
Yes, absolutely. Sherman Osborne, if you're out there, you share tons of stuff on Twitter all the time out there. I appreciate all the different stuff you bring forward. There's a lot of stuff that happened in the past that just we've lost in modern times. And I want to thank really quick super chat that came in. I didn't bring it up at the time from Thomas Tesler. Hey, there's a Ferrari there. I've got a Camaro in the garage that I wish was a Corvette, but I'm just too cheap to get one. Wow, that's ironic, and love your show. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Thomas Tesler. Thank you very much for that wonderful super chat. Let me find the music for that one. That's a good one. Oh, I had the frickin'... Sorry about that, folks. I had the news music up forever. Anyway, back to the conversation, guys. Silence.
Yeah, I'm going to jump back to.
You're going to jump back
to the report. I'd like to know what the guys, Larry and Crypto Mike and Mike T, maybe, and you, Thomas, what you've taken away from it. Me personally, the main things I've latched onto is, again, that 16 light years. That was a really exact figure for that one. With on I think it was the first day we said.
Yep, there was. But here's the thing: there's nothing that's around 16 light years away from the Earth. It all drops off around 10 to 12 light years away, and everything beyond that is quiet. So we have Proxima A, Proxima B, Alpha Centauri. We've got Bernard's Star and a whole bunch of other ones. They're all around us, but there's nothing that's there that's right at that fringe of that distance of what they brought up, though. Good point, though, Andy, because actually after...
Also as well, a couple of other things. Again, which Mike brought up about the cutting out of the engines, spark versus petrol versus diesel.
Yeah.
And also another thing that was where they were saying the paralysis. Yesterday we were talking about.
Yes, sir.
There were horses that were paralyzed with the people that were. It read to me as though were stood right next to these horses. The horses got paralyzed. The people didn't. On other occasions, it's the other way around. They seem to be able to direct whatever energy causes this to a specific point. Any other thoughts on anything, guys?
I would like to echo your comment about the diesel versus regular spark plug based engines. That was a big takeaway for me, and I mean that's a huge clue right there. It's almost like a giveaway. Like, oh, they figured that out. Okay, so now they know a little bit more about how we're doing stuff.
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday about the EMP, didn't I? And then it was brought up a bit later, electromagnetic pulse, and then they actually reiterated to a certain extent in the report. If you remember, Mike, and
Andy.
Any from you, really?
Yeah, well, it sounds to me like I was saying originally that whatever their technology is, it seems to have an EMP effect on mechanical devices, anything with electricity, like the spark plugs in the electronics in a car, and the people that were exposed to this field or the weapons that were pointed in their direction, they had that tingling in their nerves, their central nervous system, which operates, the human body's nerves operate on electricity. So they were getting the effects of the electromagnetic wave or whatever this technology is based on, however it operates. It was shutting down and paralyzing animals, which also have central nervous systems, like people have central nervous systems. So their technology seems to affect the electrical aspect of either machinery or organic beings. That's what I got.
Yep. Hey, I have to interrupt really quick. We have a super chat coming in from someone by the name of Thomas Fessler saying, great show and hair, Larry and Andy. Apparently, I am jealous of the people with long hair who can grow it. My God, without it looking straggly. Holy cow, there we go. It's let it down, let it flow. There we go. Come on, Larry, let it out. Show the picture. Let's see that wonderful hair of Mr. Frickin' Larry. There we go. It's on both sides, and it is flowing like his attitude. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. What a great conversation. What a great show so far. And I had to throw something in the kitty. Why not? Just to go ahead and have some fun with it.
Yeah, but it cost you $6 to do that. You must really be a fan of their hair.
I love hair. I just don't have enough. Hey, they actually found in one of the stories I saw recently that should be in that should be bringing up on Disclosure Tonight. More importantly, the late night update version of Disclosure Tonight. They've actually found the genes that say yes, all humans should have a coat of hair, but it's been turned off. That's why we have some people like in the old days from P.T. Barnum, the lady like it was covered in fur, and the dog boy and everything. It's a gene. It's there, but it's just off. Gotta have some fun with it, though.
I'm trying for that look, Thomas.
Yeah. But you've got more gray hair than I do, so I'll appreciate that. How old are you, Andy?
I'm 50.
Well, got 4 years on you. Fingers crossed. I'm going to be I'm going to be 55. Oh, my fucking God. Oh. My dad would have been 95. You know, it took me like almost until the time that he was dead to realize, Tom, if you want to figure out how old your dad is, just add 40 years to your life. Yeah. Jimmy McKillop, Cell Phone Cinema, 57. There you go. Not so bad. Hey, you know, we still have a lot of time ahead of us. My God, hopefully they can figure out all the things that keep us alive a lot longer.
See, I have a bit of speculation just for fun, okay, but I think it's true. It has the ring of truth to me. You know how they talk about the hybrids? They have very thin hair, right? Because they're a mixture of us and the grays, let's say. And
the hybrids. Let's just talk about the freaking beautiful Nordics. I think you're more of a Nordic than you are anything else, Larry.
Yeah, but I want to go back to my point. Damn it. I want to say that it's always blonde hair. It's every single report of the hybrids. It's blonde hair, and the reason it's blonde, I'll tell you why. It could be brunette. There's nothing wrong with brunette, except if it's very, very thin, it looks very, very ugly.
Yes, just watch out for the redheads or the strawberry blondes. You know what I mean. Sorry.
Kelly's gone.
Kelly's gone already, so she's not going to see this. But yes, man, Ginger May Martin worked for her. I was her PC specialist. Oh my God, she was the biggest, as they'd say in in Australia. What a fucking cunt. My God. Honestly, if there's anyone in the U.S. who hasn't watched Mrs. Brown Boys, you need to go watch it. Seriously, find it. I mean, I could actually have a show. We could show on Discord. We could watch it again. I could watch it again. It's freaking phenomenal. My God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which one is that, Tom?
Mrs. Brown's Boys.
Oh.
Think of it like a show with, God, Dustin Hoffman played, who's he in drag again? It was like Mrs. Doubtfire, but better on a series.
Tootsie, you're talking about with Dustin.
No, and I'm not talking Tootsie. I'm talking Mrs. Doubtfire. No, Tootsie was Dustin Hoffman. I'm talking Mrs. Doubtfire with Robin Williams. There's a big difference between Dustin Hoffman and Robin Williams. Well, there's a lot of cocaine difference between the two of them.
Basically, man playing Irish matriarch, Irish mother.
Oh, hello! Come on in. Yeah. And she would break the wall all the time, talk to the camera on the whole thing, which I get to do all the time. Yeah. Jason Brown, nice. I miss my dad. Time waits for no man. Jason, do me a favor. Go find something that I'm sure you have from your dad. Pick it up and hold it and feel it and talk to your dad. There is this thing that goes on. Hold on. I need to pull up green curtain, bring it out. I know it's in here somewhere. Where's Granddad? If I ever want to talk to my grandfather, I'll bring out his watch. It's something he valued. It had a picture of a mallard duck on the front and everything, and it was there. The things that our family and people in our prior life had that meant something to them, whether it's your grandfather's iPad watch or your mother's iPad, where she spends so many hours staring at this thing, holding it, going with it. And you know what? These particular objects, would you look at that? W. Decker's around. Son of a bitch. He's now on the door. These things, there's something that goes on. Think of our magnetic field that we have around our planet is like a giant magnetic field. Yeah, it is. But it allows objects that we hold in humanity, hold in life, that it creates this energy, this essence that's there. And all you have to do, if you want to connect with the people that you love, find something that they had that meant a lot to them, that they held, they looked in all the time, whether it's a keychain from my dad, whether it's a watch from my grandfather, or my mom's iPad. I want her to get her feckin' TV remote control because she's looked at it so many times that I wanted to have it, but I got the iPad instead. But this was a lot more important to her. Here's the thing. When I got it for her, she's like, oh my God, Tom, it's too big. I need to send it back. I'm just like, forget it. Use it for a bit. Trust me. And then months later, I said, so Mom, is it too big or not big enough? And she came back and she said, not big enough. Now, the cool thing about my mom before she passed, I couldn't go see her before she died because of COVID. And I didn't have an immune system. If I got on a plane, I got anything, it could freaking kill me. So I couldn't go see her before she passed. I couldn't go to her funeral. And I always talk to her about things as we going through this. We have to look at things. We have to laugh at it. We can't cry. We have to go ahead and just have a good time to make this all happen. And she called me one time and she said, Tommy, you know what? I know you're not going to be able to make it here before I die. And I know that you're not going to be able to make it here for my funeral. But it's okay. We're even. You can't go to my funeral, and I can't go to yours, so don't worry about it.
Wow.
Yeah. She got it. She got the big picture, and everything was there. And anytime I want to think about Mom and connect with her, besides being able to have it, the things that we have that our loved ones held in their hands, and they looked at, and they worked with, and they did stuff with, there's a connection between those physical objects and the afterlife that so many people don't realize is around it. So if you miss your dad, you miss your mom, go find those objects and hold it. And more importantly, talk to them out loud. They can't always read your mind. And if you get a feeling, you get a vibration, you feel something passing through your body, something comes into your mind and you won't thinking about it, it's them reaching out to you. And it's your gift, your ability to make that happen. And that's my little aside for tonight.
Well, I would just reiterate that, psychics have been asking for objects of the people that they're trying to, like when they're working with the police, they ask for an object that of the missing person, and they touch the object and they get
I'm sorry,
download.
Jay. Yeah.
Quantum entanglement, man. It's
beyond that. It's consciousness, Larry. There's so much more to consciousness and all the things around us. There's this thing called heaven on earth. I think it's real because I get the sensations of different things all the time. It's, for me, I understand there is this thing called heaven on earth, and they're not that far from us as we realize. And stop forgetting about it. Stop talking about it. And if you miss your dogs, snakes, and doggies, just talk to them. Think about them. Get those thoughts going.
Oh, sorry.
No, go for it, West. Thanks for coming in.
Hey, no problem. I just was going to say, first, that was beautiful. I appreciate you sharing all that. But I feel like consciousness is most likely the fifth undiscovered force or fundamental force of the universe.
Yeah.
You got someone else coming in, Alex. Hey, I can say one thing about the United States. I'm sorry. Everywhere I look, I see fat people. That's my mom talking. Sorry. I'm heavy. Don't worry about it. Silence. Who else just popped in? Alex. Good evening, my friend. How you doing?
I love you, Thomas.
Thank you, sir.
I'm good. Just came back from the gym before they closed.
Oh, wow. We can actually see it for once, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is not my home. This is just a background. This is.
We can tell. Yeah. Absolutely.
I wish it was.
That is a very cool hat. You look good, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't been able to go to the gym in over 3 years. I used to go to the gym all the time. But congratulations. Did you go to Gold's?
I usually just do cardio at night, like I'll run, cycle, and stuff like that. I don't usually lift at night.
Yeah. Absolutely. So you've probably caught some of the the conversation we've had over the last couple of days, going over the documents. You can see how it kind of pulled down. But, you know, it gave us an insight to what's really, you know, how our government has been hiding the truth for us for so long. And, you know, it just opens your eyes to relatively how we can look at this and how we can possibly look at it from a way and take it into different areas.
Yeah, for me, I mainly, like, what I really want to see, the stuff they're releasing or stuff that's from 50, 70 years ago. I really want to see this stuff supposedly that hasn't been leaked yet of the multi-sensor, multi-domain data of the stuff going from like the ocean, the sky, and our atmosphere back to the ocean instantaneously, and then it speeds off to the freaking moon and back. Apparently, we have like reports and multi-sensor data, and apparently we can see stuff that's not even under our visual spectrum. It's under some other type of energy or wavelength. And that's the real curious stuff I want to see. That's from all this advanced satellite tech from like different countries, from Russia, China, the US, everywhere. Even Korea has satellites. Japan has satellites. Israel does. So that stuff, to see that it would pull those crazy G's and go like Mach 20, Mach 50, Mach 10, just all over the place. And to watch it for literally 2, 3, 4, 5 hours of just video from like all the reports. That's what they have. That's what I would like to see, but they're probably never going to release it ever, though.
Absolutely.
On that.
They say they have videos. They think leaks have come out in news. They've claimed they have this stuff, and they have hundreds of these videos and all this data, and they're all in high resolution and close-up photos. But you know,
one that Lou Elizondo said is close enough where if you look at it, you can see occupancy of the craft. And that's the important thing to realize. What he's saying is, yeah, you can see the things that it's close enough where you can see the things that are within the craft itself.
Yeah, you can make out something there. And like, there's a lot of things they have that I'm wondering about, but like, it's not just the photos, but it's like, if they even have like biological entities, material, it couldn't be a life form like us, it could be something else. That's really interesting, but at the same time, it's also what this craft like it can do, because it breaks our laws of physics. But the thing is, they don't really have any videos or sensor data to actually fully demonstrate that yet. They just claim it can.
Well, we've got the stuff from the Tic Tacs and what was seen from the USS Nimitz group back at that time, and that has a bunch of advanced That has a bunch of advanced sensor data that came from the E-47. What was it? The Hawkeyes that were flying in the air. In addition to what came from the sensors on the boat itself and also from the plane. So they've seen it from many different ways, you know, so to say we don't have the proper analysis and understanding of it.
Well, we do, but they haven't released it. That's my point.
Well, yeah, of course.
That's what I want to see is reports. But the thing is, it's probably a bunch of scientific jumble that I couldn't even read it if they released it anyway. So, yeah. I mean, when you looked at the medical report for what some of the pilots had encountered by encountering some of the UAPs, they had medical reports where they're looking at subcutanate, whatever that fucking medical term was, about the effects of UAPs on biology. There was a bunch of medical stuff probably written by doctors at like the DIA or something. And so when they come out with the sensor data, it's probably going to be reports that even if we got it, most of the world probably can't even freaking understand unless they have like master's degrees in physics or something. So, but
they should release it, and they've got it. You know, we know they've got it, but it's just a matter of them being able to go ahead and make that step to make that data available to everybody else.
Oh, I bet they've got stuff back in the 80s and 90s from satellites being up there, reporting and seeing this stuff. Because they don't know if it's a Russian tech or some other tech, but they're going to record it and document everything. They may just stuff it into a corner and overclassify it, like what usually happens. But they have stuff not recently, probably goes. No, NORAD's been tracking stuff for eternity since the 80s. It goes back even that far. You know, they could release the stuff from NORAD, from the Cold War in the 80s and 70s, but they don't even release those things.
No, everything is secret. if it deals with anything with the phenomena, the official look on this is to deny it, but behind the scenes, they're trying to gather as much intelligence information as they can.
I guess it's like the next arms race of whoever gets the tech better keep it secret and get it first and be the ones to publish it and say, hey, it's like we got the nuke first. Haha, kind of like, hey, we got the UAP tech next from alien galactic whatever, and look at our new shiny toy. Yeah. That's kind of what the US, I think, wants to do, is weaponize it. That's why you got all this funding spending in, and it's whoever can claim we got the human reverse engineered UFO, and we're the big dicks bringing it around now. You know, China and Russia are probably in that race too. And that's kind of what I think this is ultimately about. It's just industrial complex and money and DOD dollars. And, you know, it's kind of like the next nuke. Who can get the first nuke is us. Now we want the first shiny UFO.
Yeah. But
it's about, literally.
If you remember, though, it was about a year and a half ago, we had the admission saying that we have in our what do you call it, within our United States hands, we have a craft that's not been made of this earth.
Yeah, like metamaterials, off-world.
But no, they didn't say wreckage of a craft. We have a craft that's not been made of this earth. So they're actually, you know, I think that came from Congress about a year and a half ago, give or take.
I forgot. I remember one of them said that. I don't remember who, but we have the craft, and we have like a lot of different things, just that they're not coming out. And apparently other countries have stuff too, but they're all trying to reverse engineer it first.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Good luck doing that with this stuff. I really doubt it.
You know, the way they explain it is, if you want to be able to, if you want to call it, investigate and understand alien technology, it takes a level of alien technology to be able to tear this stuff apart and understand what the heck we're creating.
It's like going to Sentinel Island south of India, if anybody knows about that place. And it's like giving them an iPhone and Sentinel Island, and they're going to look at it and think it's like magic, and they have no clue what to do with it. That's kind of like giving us that, and they're like literally like 10, 20,000 years behind. And you give it like something like this from us, it's like 10, 20, 30, 50,000 years behind. It's like that same type of gap. So good luck them trying to reverse engineer on a little island an iPhone, however long that might take, and then give this to us, and how long it's going to take us to figure, you know, that out. But I mean, they get it. That's a lot of, you make a craft and you can kind of slow drip it out to other countries, and that's a lot of money that people would want to buy that kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah. It's a slow drip of information. Absolutely. Mike, what are your thoughts?
I think that originally Alex said about like the Australia report was from the 50s and 60s. There isn't, they didn't have the sensor systems that we have today. So I think that's one of the reasons they didn't talk about transmedium craft in that report, because they probably didn't have access to information like that. And as far as anything they have today, like we've been discussing, I don't believe they're going to release any of that information, at least not publicly. So we're still in the same boat we've been in the whole time.
I've had friends that have seen weird reports on the submarines and talked to me about it, or at the radar stations and different things, or worked through Space Command and the NRO or NORAD. I've had friends over the years that have said they've seen weird shit, but like, you know, it's they can't really discuss it. They just say that there's weird shit that goes on, especially when they take submarines to the Antarctic, to the polar Arctics. Like really weird crap sometimes that goes on some of those sonars and stuff. And there's just weird stuff that happens. They get like anomalies and things also with satellites and other stuff when they're monitoring for like ICBMs and other satellites. But like those reports are like all classified. People can just generally fuzzy talk about it, but you know, we may never see those for another 5, 10, 20 years probably. But I do know, like from my friends telling me, even though it's just kind of hearsay, you know, they're saying it's all domain, it's multi-sensor data. I've had friends tell me that they actually do have it, but it's just not released publicly, and I can't even see it, you know. So yeah, it's all out there. It's just, you know, when are they going to freaking start they had that report like from the drone. They were supposed to release that with the current ODNI report annually. They were going to release that drone footage and that video, but they never did. You know, even stuff like that. It's pretty simple.
Well, Science Bob McGuire talked openly about being on a nuclear submarine, and they have not just sonar, but they have electromagnetic sensors that are able to pick up objects under the water. And he was talking about a transmedium craft that was going at the speed of sound, supersonic underwater. Now, you talked about that publicly. But again, like you say, it's hearsay. It's not evidence. So what does it really mean in the end, information like that, without anything to corroborate it?
Well, here's one thing really quick I want to add in. We just heard all the different stuff from the Australian government in official reports. Is that beyond hearsay? I think so.
Oh, it's proof. It's not hearsay.
Yeah.
Because it's backed up by reports that they got from the United States Air Force.
Yeah.
All that time that they shared in that report, which was not hearsay or conspiracy theories. It was actual facts. They gave the dates, the times, the information contained in those reports that came out. So no, that's not hearsay at all. That's actual evidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Interesting times with everything we've been taking a look at here tonight. It's been a great conversation. I appreciate everybody stopping in and talking about this, and just trying to figure out where we're going to be heading towards next. W. Decker, anything sticks out to go in the lessons learned of where we're at today? I mean, you weren't here for a lot of it. I'm glad you're feeling better and you were able to drop in.
You can't keep me away. I would just say that I feel like the place where we are now is we're at a critical juncture where we just need to keep putting the pressure on and keep the pressure on our government and our friends and family and spreading this, because it's got to become the way the conversation needs to be going is about how irresponsible it is for them not to release this information, and how other governments like Australia have put this out on their website. It's publicly available, and it didn't destabilize the economy. It didn't ensue in mass panic. What it did is it shared information that is all of ours. This is not, none of this is pertaining to national secrets or national security, but it's important information about the reality that we all live in, and no one should have purview over who gets to know what's real and what's not real. That should be a fundamental right for all people. We should not be kept from the truth. And so that's what I take from all this, is that the truth is not scary. The truth is inevitable, and it's time for our government to drop the act, and they don't have to open up about every little secret that they want to keep, but they can surely acknowledge what has already been publicly acknowledged by the Australian government about what we did, and catch us up until now about what's been going on, and still maintain all the secrecy they want about their systems and methods and things like that.
Yeah.
So
here. Echo. The question is, there are 195 countries in the around the world. How many of those countries have observed UFOs and have provided that information to the United States government upon their request? Meaning, let's look at it from how many countries out there have been asked by the United States to go ahead and provide this data back to them. And more importantly, how many countries have had sightings and information that they've reported back to the United States? Joseph, this is something that you're up there on the camera, but it's just something where the conversation has went, where this is an important way to look at it. If there's this data set that's out there, let's you know, even if they don't go ahead and tell us what's been reported, all you need is some simple yes or no's from 195 instances, and we can start building a map of potentially where the data is coming from. But we also have to consider some of the people, some of the countries are, of course, are going to deny. Is this a way that we could try and dig up more information?
Well, as far as the 195 countries.
Well, no, the Mike was there.
Yeah. Just give me
Not
a
Mike,
sec.
I'm sorry.
Joe.
Yeah, exactly. Joseph. Go ahead, Joseph.
I just have 3 quick things to say. Mr. Decker, thank you so much for bringing those papers to our attention. Thomas, thank you so very much for going through all of them with a fine-tooth comb. It was incredibly educational, and a lot of fun to do it in a large group of folks.
I know.
And on a humorous note, earlier in the show, I'm thinking, geez, you know, I can kind of go for a snack. And I thought, oh, oatmeal sounds all right. And just as I thought that, Larry was talking, and I said to myself, holy shit, Larry's the Quaker oatmeal guy.
Oh, my God. Larry, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, the Quaker. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to go ahead.
I have to say, Larry's better looking than the Quaker oatmeal guy.
I know that, but...
I'm 65 years old. Pretty soon
that's okay.
What did the oatmeal guy used to say? It's the right thing to do. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's the feckin' right thing to do.
Yes. All right. I can bring it up right. Zoom. There we go. Well, the length of, you know, I guess if we put the hat on you, Larry, would you look like the oatmeal guy? I think so.
It's got rosy cheeks, doesn't he?
Well, you don't need, in some pictures, yeah, he does. It's cold outside. It's winter.
There's a lot of different versions of him.
Oh, my God.
Look at it. You even have Wilford Brimley in there.
My God. There are some crazy looks of, the oatmeal guy. Well,
I couldn't believe it. It just popped in my head. I was thinking.
I know, but
he was talking. I'm like, oh my God, it's him.
All right, I need to go to 4 others. I can find. You're gonna make me. Can I do that here? I pin. Yes, there we go. Yeah, we're close. With a hat on, maybe not as curly at the bottom, but pretty close. That's a good thing. You know what that means?
Larry has better features.
Larry is iconic. That's like the biggest freaking, what do you want to call it? Compliment you can give anybody.
Oh, I like it. I'll take it.
Yeah. Man, I just need to take your picture and put that hat on you now. And you know I'm going to do it.
Larry.
So, Joseph, you had your hand up for a while. You had something to say.
Oh, no. I forgot to take it down. I'm sorry.
Oh, not a problem. Okay. That needs to
One
go
thing
away.
I'd like to add is, you know, when you were talking about the satellite data, it got me thinking there are a whole lot of satellites up there that aren't our government's. And there's even, you know, rideshare programs going on where you can launch, you know, these little CubeSats. And I'm wondering if maybe we shouldn't crowdfund some CubeSats to hitch a ride on some launch sometime and throw our own satellites up and start looking for ourselves.
Yeah, but
I think actually that's one of the things that Chris Lato was trying to do. But let me finish with the other thing. The people who actually do seem to want to know, and who have the means to find out, like Robert Bigelow, they end up finding out, but then they clam up. I feel like there's a a club that everybody gets let into, or maybe they get strong-armed into, that once Eric Weinstein's another example. He was very vocal for months and months about this topic, and then he got invited to go see something, and ever since then he's quiet as a mouse on this topic. And as grateful as I am for Gary Nolan, because he seems to be more the spokesman for that Invisible College group, it's the same thing. There's so many people out there who aren't in the government who do have access to so much more information than the rest of us. And even I've seen some of our fellow people in the community, generally people who have platforms, and I'm not saying Thomas is one of these, but who seem to be getting access to information and hinting that they have more access, and then also saying they can't say anything because they can't, they've been asked to keep it secret, which I understand. But it's frustrating at the same time to have people in the in-group and people like us who want to know the same things, but we're left on the outside. I almost feel like there should be some sign-up sheet where if you're willing to accept the truth, you can be allowed in and find out stuff, instead of this weird game of
Can I explain the game really quick, West?
Please. Yeah.
It's a game of, if you ask me a question, I'll tell you something. Otherwise, I'm not going to tell you anything. Versus, here's all the stuff that I know. Here's all the different catalog of where all the information is on all of this. It comes to this freaking Chinese puzzle box that you have to go ahead and play and turn around and twist and pull and pop and everything else to try and figure out what the answer is, versus when the answer is sitting there in front of you, but they want you to go ahead and literally, ask the question to be able to get an answer that they may or may not be able to absolutely positively get that, or yes, or possibly enjoy. It's one of those things where it's like, just tell us.
I understand.
Why does it have to be a game?
How it works, and I'm not saying it's not the right or not. I'm not criticizing the way it's working. Even I'm just commenting on the fact that I sure wish there was some way to get people to stop with the secrecy thing. I mean, if they're willing to tell people these secrets, what's the problem with telling everybody the secret? I guess that's where my hang up is starting to be. It's like, if we're all on board with the idea that disclosure needs to happen and we all need to have a better understanding of what's going on, and the people who know that are sharing it selectively with some people, why? What's the reason for the selective share versus a broad share would be my question.
Yeah. It's something that is on everybody's mind. Everybody accepts the game played between the interviewee and the interviewer, and the questions that go back and forth and conversation that comes out of it. But it's just, if there's a knowledge set that can be shared and opened up and expanded upon, putting it out where it comes out in bits and pieces all over the place, versus having it as one data set that we can all look at and visualize and understand, like we did with the Australia UFO files.
Exactly.
Be able to take that big picture and understand it. It's great to have that as a knowledge set that's from the individual and it's shared out, but it's, honestly, I'm seeing like a 3D database of something that's around people, where you can see, for this particular person, you have all the information and knowledge and different things that you're going and optionally sharing within reality, and they're all around you, and everybody can report on those. But the truth of them in a digital manner from an objective space comes, with the individual. I guess it's giving us that digital ownership. And if someone like Gary Nolan or Lou or Sean Cahill have all the different things that they are actually saying, it becomes part of their digital persona That's all the information that goes out to it. So again, this is just me seeing this from a big picture perspective, saying that, yeah, there's this things that they say, they have weight, they have understanding to it, but it's about not coming down, and it's about the people who have the information owning what they're actually saying.
Yep.
If they're going to say it, verbally, they better be willing to put it in writing. And if that's the case, it creates the bubble of information that's around it, and we can take that and start finding the reality of what's being said versus the misinformation that's going around everywhere else, of just things getting twisted, words getting changed, understandings getting tweaked into something else beyond the reality of what we're dealing with. Because it's kind of like we got this information system that's around us, and it's for everybody's ability to be able to navigate through this and understand where's the truth, where's the reality, where's the part of it that we're dealing with that actually is our reality. And it's making those right choices based on what we know and the feeling of who we are at our core.
I think you're onto something. We should talk some more about some of this. But one thing that it dawned on me is that I now understand why we're seeing these things like the Enigma group and Representative Burchett and Stephen Greer and Danny Sheehan all starting up groups asking for reporting data.
Right.
I think it has to do with somewhat wanting to have that data, but also because this is currency that they can put in front of the powers that be and deal themselves into the game. I think that we as a public, maybe we should do our own data gathering and deal ourselves into the game too. It just feels like we need to just crack this thing open and basically advocate for open sourcing the UFO topic, because right now this reeks of the kind of politics that I remember from corporate America, where people play these kind of games to, gain position and power and, do favors for people and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, I'll pass it over. I know there are other people want to talk.
I think Lou actually did say at one point that something terrible is happening, that information is being passed from person to person as a commodity to make money. He actually said that.
Yeah, I can totally see that.
Yeah.
I just want to say real quick, for earlier what Wes was talking about with the satellites, I'm wondering why NASA hasn't come out and made any in-depth talk about the Dark Knight satellite that's been in orbit around our planet since before Sputnik even.
We've got a bunch of pictures that are unverified from different sources, and if we could find it in different feeds from NASA, from the ESA, or anything, and be able to point it out what's there, because we do have the data systems of what's available. And if it really is there, then Air Force, Space Force, they know exactly where it is and where it's been the entire time. And if that's part of the cover-up, I'd like to have it answered.
That wouldn't be NASA, and that wouldn't be General Air Force, maybe, but because that would actually fall under the GSA and the NRO, which are part of the IC. That's Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and that's National Reconnaissance Organization, and those were formed actually several decades ago. But they mainly do a lot of the stuff that has to do with a low and high geosynchronous orbit typically. And as time goes on, they actually get more and more. NRO is actually way more secretive than the NSA, CIA, and all these. They don't even talk about it that much because they don't want.
But there's also the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. And that's another one that has a bunch of declassified feeds. They're classified, but it's not an ultra top secret.
Yeah, NRO and GSA actually have classified stuff, but a lot of it they can't really discuss because they're part of the IC too. But that's where a lot of the things are. Like if people have worked in the IC, or been around it privy, they know that the GSA and NRO actually have quite a bit of data. It's kind of like people think the CIA does a lot of stuff overseas for security. It's actually DSS that does a lot of it. But unless you understand this, the security apparatus of the IC and the different agencies and what they do, there's actually a lot more information than just FBI, NSA, CIA. That's the ones everybody talks about. No one really mentions the DIA that much, which is what a lot of these guys actually came from that are, you know, coming out publicly or part of that as well too. And they do a lot of the military stuff. So that video wouldn't be from CIA that's coming out of the orb that Jeremy Corbell has. That would be something that DIA would actually handle, not the CIA.
I'll let you have it on that one.
I just want to say one more quick thing. One, you have to ask yourself, why would all the participants in the truth embargo, why wouldn't they want to come out and tell the truth to their families, their loved ones, and their friends? What do they have to gain by it?
That's a good question.
No one really has anything to gain from going ahead and trying. I guess people who write, you know, I'll say it, well, it's a business for some people. It's something where they look at it, and if they can go ahead and say certain things and make stuff up and create stuff and create it and something around them, they can go ahead and literally turn it into something where it's money for them. But the reality of it is it's like that in anything that you look at with regards to any kind of area where you're at. But what happened with Corey Good? Didn't he go ahead and get stuck in a situation where he was basically told by the creator of Gaia to go ahead and make all this different stuff up and then use it, and it was to build his image and monetize it? Yes, no?
I don't know. I don't know that story.
Yeah. That was something that came out a couple months ago. Joseph?
Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah, that was a big drama thing that was going on a couple months ago based on, it was, believe it or not, over Truth Seekers. They covered a bunch of depositions that went on at that period of time where basically he was was told that he was encouraged by the content team he was working with to go ahead and take a situation and build on it. And there's people who are going to go ahead and take something and build on it and create stuff and everything that goes on, versus there's going to be people who have seen things, have experienced it, and that's all it is, and it's all it's ever going to be. And all this additional stuff they can possibly create around it, yeah, go ahead. But the reality of it is you only have a small window into something that you really didn't want to get brought into, but it's who you are and what you remember, and there's nothing you can do about it. I guess it's the people who are just being truthful with what they have versus people who are trying to go ahead and create and go beyond it and use this fictional thing that they create around them and have that be their story, because what they really went through wasn't real.
Right. I hate to be that glass half full guy, but I just hope and pray that it's not for a more sinister, darker reason.
Technically, I think that's the glass half empty half. So I'm happy that you're more of a glass half full guy.
I mean, I meant you knew what I meant.
I do. Yes, I know what you mean.
Okay.
I think it betrayed your inherent optimism, actually.
Think of it this way. Think of it this way, Joseph. If it's more than one thing that's going on,
right,
that's in our periphery, we can see it, but the government says, no, any of the stuff that's going on isn't. It could be multiple things, not one.
Right. That's
multiple.
What I think too.
And if it's multiple things, different types of things could be going on depending on whatever that is and what they're trying to do. Now, is our government aware of this? Yes. Have they been watching it? Yes. Is everything top secret? Is it a matter of the Espionage Act? Apparently, based on the laws, did you know that about before this stuff going through the Australian documents? It was a part of the Espionage Act that if you went and you were a pilot and you said anything about UFOs you saw when you were flying the planes, that you'd have this legal book thrown at you?
Right. Yeah, that's why they would. I'm assuming that's why they would lose their wings.
Yeah, it explains why you have these airlines that have these inherent policies. If you say anything about this, if you've seen something, we're going to say that you're crazy, and we're going to make it that you'll never have a job again. And now that it's become more normal for pilots to talk about stuff, we're hearing more and more stuff on a regular basis. It's just part of the overall situation.
I hope it keeps snowballing.
Yeah.
Hey, Thomas, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
You retweeted something from Ryan Bledsoe today that I thought was really interesting. What are your thoughts on what he's having to say about hinting that there's something big about to happen?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
But what do you think about it? I mean, what do you think? How do you think that's going to manifest?
There's something big that's coming that's going to affect us and them. And it comes down to us working with them to get things ready. So when if things do happen that are going to happen, the planet can survive.
So kind of getting us ready for the kind of solar micronova type thing or
whatever.
Like
shit hits the fan on the planet on a regular basis. And
there is that. I said, yes, there is that. We can see that in the
geological historical record. It's there. It's gone on and on and on, and it's it's part of it. I reached out. I did it once, twice. I don't know if it was the second time or the third time, and I strategically did I reached out using a combination of my crown chakra meditation that I've just known how to do since I've been a kid, and it's just gotten stronger in a different way as I've gotten older in time, and it's accelerated at some certain points, and I use that in a combination with a samadhi meditation. Went out in front of the house, come here now, taking my hand, what I'm saying here, putting it down onto the water plate that goes down to the water system in the entire community for a reason, because it amplifies, and just broadcasting every time with the word, a memory of using that word and the emotion that went with it multiple times. And I was, after doing that stuff and going out, went outside, looked outside. I was hoping to see a light show or something like that. But then when I was back at the desk working on something, the freaking shit hit me, and I just felt the energy just going through my body. And it's like, oh, this is more than people who are freaking dead that are hitting me right now. I need to go outside and take a look. When I went outside and looked, it was not something that was there, but it was a connection on a consciousness level that still has blown me away till today, because I only went through it by myself. And I wish there was someone else around there, because when there's like things coming through you, words coming through you that are just kind of coming out on their own, you don't remember exactly what's said, because you're, in addition to what's being communicated, you're like seeing and experiencing like stuff like you're actually there. But it's just all these multiple things flying really fast. And before you know it, it's over. And it's just like, shit. Holy crap. It does. You don't need to be like here next to there for them to connect. They can connect on a consciousness level to a point where it just, you reach out, you make a connection. It's lasting. It doesn't go away. And when I saw these things, when they talked about how long they had been around this planet, and they've been with been with our civilization throughout eternity, it's just like I saw like all these different scenes of different spots of the earth, but I just wasn't there. It's not like you're looking at a picture. It's like you're actually there. You're seeing it, and it was one scene after another, after another, after another. and all these different things going on as it kind of showed them moving along through the air, but it showed all these different ancient civilizations. And we're coming to a point where we, humanity, is going to have to work together with them. Period. It's not a question. It's not an option. It's the reality of whatever it is, and there is no other way except us working as one.
Very well said.
We have to work as one. If not, there's nothing. And it was just such, it was like you got something from, imagine if you have like all the freaking aliens and shit, and they've got like this connection to a consciousness, and there's a consciousness that they're all part of, but that consciousness has its own intelligence. And that was kind of the thing, whatever it was that I connected with, and it freaked the fuck out of me, and I haven't gone back and done it again since, because when I connect with shit like that, I deal with the stuff here. Someone's playing video games and everything else, but it's just like I'm doing this stuff. It's a lot to handle.
No, I think I shared with you that lucid dream I had the other night with the aliens under the ocean, and that was it was a similar kind of feeling of just being, I don't know, there was something coming. I think that's all I can say, is it just felt like,
yeah, it is.
And they're waiting. And that was the big sense, is that they're sitting there waiting.
Yeah. And as the allies of humanity who are out there on Twitter and everything else, they don't understand. There's multiple things that we're all going up against, but it's just understanding. Whatever happened when I was a kid, whatever took place, it is what it is. Can't change anything. Can I try and change our outlook for the positive and try and open up more people and open up our eyes and be able to share on this stuff? That's why I'm here.
You're doing a good job.
It's not a fucking game. It's not let's look, UFOs are freaking popular, or let's go ahead and have a live stream about it. No, goddamn it, I'm doing this because I dealt with this since I've been a kid. It's been a part of my life, whether I liked it or not. And you have to look at something, no matter what went on, there's always a positive side to everything. We all have to go for the bright side of life.
Yeah, it's not like well, I'll tell you, I don't want to jinx it, but I'm trying to sell my house, and my realtor called me today, and we have somebody that we think is about to put an offer down, but it turns out they're an Instagram influencer. And so I was trying to explain to my parents what an influencer was, and my dad asked, he's like, so is that kind of like the podcasts and stuff you listen to, or the people you talk to online at night? I'm like, well, in the UFO community, the influencing doesn't lead to product placement or big deals. I don't think Thomas is racking up the bucks off this like the influencers and some of the rest of the world do. But your influence is making a big difference, and I think that's the more important part. It's not a cash
transform,
influence. Change people's minds.
Horizontal. This episode is being brought to you by Nudges Grillers. It's something the Cupcake likes, but she doesn't work well enough for her teeth. So these are something more that Artie deals with. If you have a dog who doesn't have that many teeth left and you want something you can break up and give to them, Milo's Kitchen chicken meatballs, Cupcake's favorite. Because trust me, it's not just Cupcake's favorite. She likes the flavor, but you can take it and just break it apart smoothly into little bits that your dog, who has no teeth left, or the one she has, can't eat stuff, and all of a sudden they go from a poor dog that doesn't want to eat to something that they love and enjoy. Yeah. if you love an animal and find different things, and there are different stages of their life, you find the different things they can take and enjoy. But then, you know what it's like to pull a frickin' piece of dog food and like break it apart in your hands and like without killing your fingertips? Oh shit! A lot of that stuff is too frickin' hard.
See, Thomas, we have to start getting psionics to sponsor you.
Well, I have one. It's sitting over there. I have to go ahead and charge.
Yeah, I've got mine too.
However, I've already started looking at. Hey, Tim Senor, I'm sure he's not watching anymore. There's a rechargeable battery that goes with inside of it. There is like cheap battery chargers that they have that'll plug right into an outlet, which is less inconvenient. Where you can get additional memory battery chargers where you can like charge one or two at a time. If you're going to have something like this, it's going to be used. You're going to want charging it through the USB port. Forget that shit. That ain't going to happen. You want to go ahead and take it where he was when you're done with it. I guess all you have to do is where's the fucking button?
Yeah, that took me a day to figure out how to open it.
Oh, right.
You pull it out and then yeah, there you go.
Yeah, okay. Let's see if I can do this without destroying it myself. Here we go. So you take your finger on the corner of this, you pull the fingernail in and you pull it out. When you're pulling it out, you're then pulling it forward and then allows you to go ahead and take the eyepiece out. And then inside of there is where you have both your battery is in here somewhere. I forget where the hell it is.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the battery's off on the side over here. And then there's a memory card that's down here if you want to get your data out. So taking this eyepiece out and putting it back in on a regular is something that's going to happen on a regular basis. Now, if you can use this in a climate where it's not going to be raining and stuff, you could actually, I'm looking at doing this, of taking the battery that pops in the inside of it, going ahead and actually doing a modification to the case, big deal, and having it where you could actually put a power source within it and you could have it run, as many hours as you want, as you had a video card in there. So you could technically have this thing going for 12 hours without it needing a battery changed.
Hey, Thomas, can you mount that to a telescope?
Well, yeah.
It's got a tripod mount, but
there is a tripod mount on the bottom, yeah.
Okay, and I was wondering if you could mount it directly to a telescope.
No.
Well, if your telescope has a mount attached to it, to have it for something to go for sighting or something, a lot of telescopes will have those. And this is just like a 1/4-inch screw-in that goes along with it.
But Joseph, if you were talking about trying to do it like for more like astrophotography, I would not use these cameras. The resolution and
720p
optics are just not that great for that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. God, we've killed the audience tonight.
Hey, Thomas, thank you for going that extra, 5 or 10 miles tonight.
Oh, having some fun. What the heck?
It was fun, though.
Yeah. Hey, I got to talk about a bunch of cool stuff that I usually don't talk about, that if I want to go back now and clip some stuff out, I've explained some stuff again in a very truthful way. Especially the shit that I dealt with back in end of 2019, early 2020. Yeah.
You got to speak from the heart.
You do what you do. The results you get are it, but it's sometimes you explain it, but people don't understand quite the situation that you went through. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that went on around that time. That was the one. Go ahead.
West, I just want to pick up on something big. I think I feel it. I think a lot of people feel it. And I want to say that it's going to be positive. It's going to be nothing where the badness is already upon us.
Oh, no, my God.
The badness is here.
Oh, if some of the things that are here because they need humans as things to go and regenerate their pupas of their civilization, and that kind of stuff could be kind of going on too, but it is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it.
I think there's going to be a healing of all sickness on the people who are still alive here?
I'd like that, but they've never really helped us in the past before, Larry.
No, they haven't,
on that level.
That's not part of the program.
But have you seen all the advances of where we've been going in medical lately? It's freaking amazing. All the different cancers they're finding out different ways now to deal with the immune system and everything else to go ahead and heal people and and even take cells that are cancerous and regress them into the prior state before they became cancerous to keep it from going on.
Yeah, well, I don't put much faith in human technology. Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying where we're at. It's like we're getting it. We're understanding it. There's a lot of things they figured out in how the body works, and we're at a point of medical advancements going really fast and in good ways.
Yeah, well, what else is going fast is that we're all getting sick, and people are going through chemotherapy and that kind of bullshit, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. And
I got chemo, and I don't have cancer because I got the virus. I was on chemo for over a year, and if you go and you ask,
you want to defend the current status quo?
No. Listen, just if you go and ask ChatGPT, how do you treat post-COVID vasculitis? It'll give you a list of all the different medications and all the different biologics that are also used to treat non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and what is the other one? And God damn it, and another type of blood-borne leukemia. That's what I've been told many times in my past of what they thought I have. But after I got the virus and everything, that's what I'm dealing with. Something on that level, and it won't stop. I can't make it stop.
Well, I just came out of COVID myself, and I feel like I'm
3 years in. I'm 3 years in, and I'm still taking prednisone on a daily basis. And when I got out of the shower today, I'm on 1 milligram in the morning, 2 milligrams in the evening. And I looked down at my feet, and I could see on both of my feet, the outer toes on both feet were showing signs of the tissue getting attacked again. I take 2 Benadryls every night. I'm going to have to probably start taking 2 Benadryls in the morning to keep the inflammation down from what it's going, but I can't stop my immune system at this point.
Yeah, and that's what, Thomas, that's why my heart is breaking, not just for you, for everybody.
Yeah.
And if I was running this project, and I'm going to call it a project, there is no way I would have the heart to put mankind through any more suffering. They are coming out now, and
it is so much more. I got to fix this. He has here, Thomas, you need to get a tongue job. Yeah, I probably need to go see Dr. Tongue. There we go. I need to go see Dr. Tongue again because I've had some AL happening, and it could be from the medication I've been on or something else, but it's truly something that Dr. Tongue needs to go figure out.
And I'll tell you one more thing. If I find out that I have like some kind of cancer, I'm not going on chemotherapy. I'm going on fucking heroin and morphine and wherever I have to get it from. And that's how I'm going out.
Oh, you go on both.
Huh?
If you're going to be all messed up trust me, I was on chemo once a week, and you felt high as a fucking kite was going on, but you felt like a motherfucking shit and everything else. So the whole bit is, if you had to go on those meds, take other meds to make you feel happy when you're going through something when you're going to feel like absolute shit anyway. Yeah. Just don't go down the other way where you're not trying to help yourself. No, but what they're getting right now to figure out for a lot of cancers and everything else, they've got a lot of ways that they're shutting this stuff down, and they're stopping it in its tracks. It's getting to that point, Larry.
Well, I hope so, Thomas.
Well, technically, everybody has cancer cells. It's like a normal part of our biology. It's just that does it turn cancerous and start wreaking havoc on your on your anatomy and killing you and eating you alive? So we all have cancer cells everywhere. That's just kind of normal, but it's just we don't really know generally why they activate per se. We don't really know how to generally stop it. We're getting closer to that.
No, they've actually started some of it, Alex, where they're actually going now.
Some of the research, yeah, but not
like
the
research. Actual treatments
on in the market with everybody yet.
No, actual treatments where they're going ahead and reversing. They have certain cells that they have for like breast cancer. They're able to take those cells and put them into a regression and into a state where they're no longer cancer cells. So they are figuring this out in a whole bunch of different tight areas, but overall they're getting the whole idea and they're finding ways to start using the immune system to go ahead and deal with it or regress the cells themselves.
Yeah.
Hey, Larry.
I just wonder if it's going to have like a reverse effect, like vaccines and antibiotics have kind of created superbugs and super viruses. So I'm kind of wondering if cancer is going to do like a reverse in the same sense if they keep, trying to.
Well, everything has been chemo so far. If we can look at it from dealing with it in different ways, that's the key. It's if we keep on following the same way, it'll keep on mutating. But if we can approach it in a different manner, yeah, things will survive. But if it can take care of a majority of the situation for a lot of people, why not? Mike, you were saying something?
Yeah, I was going to ask Larry a question. LM wanted me to ask you how many times the non-human intelligence have saved previous humans in all the countless catastrophes that went on in this planet. And his point is they're not here to hug us. They're not even here to help. So
no,
we don't know that.
But if they're creating a terrarium and the terrarium gets destroyed, they repopulate it with what they want.
And to answer your question, Mike, if we go off of the traditions of most of the world religions, as well as like the Native Americans, certain tribes, there's the legend of the Crow, who came and warned the people and told them to get on the top of the mountain with their canoes and survive the flood. There's the story of Noah. There's the story of the ant people who took the pre-Pueblo people underground and hid them away and then brought them back up to the surface after something happened. So there may be instances where we're getting help from some sort of beings. They're generally attributed as these gods in different religions, but it's not that it's saving all of mankind, but it does seem like throughout the tales of our past, there are indications that beings show up at certain times and save certain groups of people.
Yeah, that's a good point. It has happened. But again, I want to say that there is the concept of the prime directive, right? The non-interference. It's to allow us a chance to come together to overcome the evil that's in the world, and they're giving us this chance, but it's just not happening. So I'm thinking that this is why they're coming. Why they're actually they're driving disclosure, and who the hell are they? Well, I think there are overseers. I don't know how else to put it. I mean, I don't think the Greys are definitely our overseers, but there's probably a group of different extraterrestrials that originally they were the missing link. They genetically engineered us. They are responsible for us. Now, I know they haven't saved us from all the suffering we've been going through, but a lot of that suffering was self-inflicted. Okay, and they would like us to overcome this this evil that's in the world, and we're not doing it. And I'm angry at them for not helping more, because we are like, how many people that have children and all, they just want a future for their kids. They're working their butts off. They don't have time to figure out how to fix the world. Well, the world needs fixing. And so I don't know what's going to happen, but I think I'm I can guarantee you, I'll fucking stake my life on it that it's gonna be great. The truth is gonna set us free. And right now we are in the bondage of lies that have been fed to us, and we've accepted it.
I don't think it's going to be all rainbows and kumbaya hugs and perfect. I think it's going to be not just they're here from some planet and they're going to save us and that's how it's going to be. It's kind of a black and white thought process. Personally, I think it's going to be I think a lot of the theories that are out there have validity, interdimensional, maybe some spiritual, time travel possibly. You have people from intergalactic and other places. So it could be a combination of things or kind of a mix of them. And I don't think it's just that they're all super friendly here to save the world and help us bring us into a higher entity. I think there's some that may be. I think there's some that are neutral, and there are some that are on the very negative side of it that don't have any good interest in us whatsoever. And there's probably some that are a combination of that float around between all those lines at the same time. And it could be things that are probably, drones or some other type of intelligence that's artificial as well too. It could be things that maybe don't have souls. They don't have spirits. They don't have those emotions. They're just, shells that just do things. So there's a lot of things. And the thing is, some of these they know are not piloted by things. They think it's piloted they're actually reconnaissance drones. Some actually think some of this is some sort of advanced type of science or life form related to like plasmoids and ball lightning that actually may be some sort of living entity, but they're not really sure yet. There's a lot of these things that are in like combination of just several type of theories. So
well, I know
there's lots. It's not just they're from one area. They're here to save us. Everything's going to be perfect. They're going to make everything great and amazing. I don't believe that. It's probably one of the, I think that's maybe going to happen in some aspect, but there's just like our Earth has many different life forms, many different ways of thought, many different paradigms and stuff and domains. We're kind of in the same exact area as well too.
Oh yeah.
So it's going to be when it actually does come out and there's more stuff, it's going to be very interesting how broad and wide this is. It's just like when we looked into space, it's like when we crossed the ocean, just like Lou was talking about, there was a whole nother world that opened up for us in exploration and all the different things in science. And just there's going to be a lot more that people don't even know about. So the more we answer these questions, the more questions we are going to be opening up and having to explore. It's not just going to be...
check out this one thing really quick here.
They're going to be out to save us.
Check out this one thing really quick here behind me. These are all visualizations of the magnetosphere around our planet. It's freaking amazing what's going on out there. And there's a lot of visualizations that are happening and the data is created on a daily basis. But it's not like shown anywhere. I found the URLs. I've got there's a JSON API they have that I can go ahead and get for the list of the file names, so I can easily automatically download all these different images. But this is kind of like the magnetosphere around the planet as we're going through it. I'm trying to find anything that gives us a 3D simulation of truly what's going on, and there's nothing out there. There's a bunch of different imaging products, but I can't find the overall model of it as a 3D interactive thing. So I'm just trying to find as much data.
I have it. It's time for us to create dark sky for solar weather.
Yeah. So I'm just finding a bunch of different data feeds. These are a bunch of data sets that aren't necessarily put together right in the same way, but I've gone out there and collected the data. I've got all the URLs, and I found a JSON API to bring it down. So all this data, I'm going to figure out a way to automatically go out to the endpoint, get the list of the files, bring them all down, download it, and create a movie out of these things that I can go ahead and show on the show as part of looking at the magnetosphere from a true scientific standpoint. Gotta have fun with it.
Is there a point behind giving us an update on the current magnetosphere? Would it have something to do with the scientists are talking about it's been weakening lately since 2019?
Oh, it's been weakening since much longer than that. It's been on a dramatic dive for the last century.
I was trying to go out and find all the data is where is the North Pole right now? And trying to find that information, it's really hard to find, and the data feeds aren't there. But what you can actually do is you can extrapolate from all the different data sets that are there, and you can go ahead and look at it when it's rotating, right? You've got the North Pole going and pulsing, and if you look at it there, it's a circle, but it's an oval. That's a fact. And it's trying to understand where is the center of it, because as it goes around, you can see that it moves and it happens. And then I found additional data sets that are giving me visualizations of the density of magnetosphere. Then you've got stuff showing the pressure that's going around it as our planet's whipping around, and the stuff's coming in from the sun and how it reacts. And depending on what's going on with the solar activity, there's going to be behavior there that is going to become very apparent to people. But unless it becomes available in a product that people can easily go ahead and see on a regular basis, right now it's a whole bunch of still images that nobody's using for nothing.
And it's esoteric. You have to really study it to kind of figure out what these things are telling you.
You can study it, but if you start watching it over a long period of time, you can start to see patterns and understand what's really going on.
Exactly. And to your point, Mike, the magnetic field of the Earth is weakening, and they've actually stopped reporting on what its strength is, which is a little bit concerning. But there are a lot of indications that anywhere between the next 10 to 20 years, we could see a combination of the Earth's magnetic field weakening with a massive solar event that could overwhelm the weakened magnetic field. And this is what
if you look at the geological record, though, West.
No, I know.
No, it does. If you look at the geological record, sometimes when it goes to flip, it literally shuts down and there's no magnetosphere for like 700, 800 years at least. And then when it comes on, you have like many north poles and south poles and everything else. That's what we've known from the geological record, to say it's just going to flip. One day it's one way, the other way it's the other way. There's no potential evidence that shows that. And that would be wonderful if it does. We just have to understand that potentially things can go crazy. And you wonder why there's so many civilizations that have all these dwellings that are built into solid rock.
Do you think that it's possible, Thomas, the reason there's no data feeds on this is because the government classified that information for a reason?
That's one possibility.
Yeah.
If it is, it's fucked up, because that means they know something that they don't want the public to know. So it would be a great public service if you were to bring that information forward by doing what you're doing.
Well, and I think that it would explain some of the behavior we see from some of our politicians that are in the know, and the way they sometimes seem to be running us into the ground. And if you were to be conspiracy minded, you might note that Jeff Bezos has built a new super yacht that does not require engines. It has sails. He also has a rocket company that he built in the mountain regions of West Texas. So he has space capability, and next to
he has a rocket pad that comes down close to a mountain enclave that he's built. So if he needs to get somewhere and get someplace safe, it's a high enough elevation, and he can get away to his secret hideaway.
Yeah, exactly. He's drilled out the side of a mountain to be able to provide himself shielding and be high enough, because one of the scenarios is that during this intense magnetic and solar event, the Earth could literally shift about 90 degrees on its axis temporarily, and the resulting tsunamis that would sweep over most of the planet would submerge most of North America temporarily.
Yeah.
And actually most of the world temporarily.
Yeah.
And the flood myths that we have, actually, as Thomas was saying, are backed up by strong geologic evidence of recurring flood cycles every 6,000 years, with more major ones every 12,000 years. And we're right now overdue on the 12,000 year cycle.
There's every 12 and a half and 25,000 years. And we're at the cycle of 25,000 years is kind of where it's at as well. Have you ever seen visualizations like this before, West?
No, those are amazing.
Aren't they?
I'd love to get that
how
link.
about this one? This one just blows my mind, the color and just how it looks in the whole bit. But then this one is just looks freaking awesome. And these are data sets that are created on a daily basis that are just like sitting up there on freaking NASA servers, and they generate one every so often from all the data. And I just looked at that as I was going through it. And here's the thing. I found the directories where all the files are to go through it, but I also found there's a directory of JSON files that lists all the latest files and the file names that could go ahead and be picked up to go ahead and download all the files.
Oh, that's awesome.
You know what? The government can see all that stuff pertaining to the Earth, but they can't find any UFOs.
Yeah.
We lost your audio there, Joseph.
Repeat.
Rinse, repeat.
I can hear him.
Yeah, I was saying that the government can see all that stuff pertaining to the Earth, but they can't see any UFOs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
true.
great point.
Yeah.
One of the interesting things that Thomas and I were comparing notes earlier this week, because there was a CME event, coronal mass ejection, that we were watching, and I was looking at NASA data and he was looking at European Space Agency data, and they did not agree at all. It was amazing how far off they both were.
Wow.
Yeah. And when I think I sent you a screenshot of the data, maybe I didn't, that showed when the hit happened, and it just,
oh no, yeah, you did.
Yeah. And it lit up freaking as it was going around, it was around the United States, and right as, if you want to call it, getting more to later at night, all of a sudden the overall energy of what was being shown in the aurora just exploded, so much bigger than what it was, and it happened at the time that the ESA had projected.
Yeah, so lesson learned, ESA data is better than the NASA version. Actually, it's not even data. These are supercomputer simulations that they're running, and evidently the
right,
NASA
but there has to be stuff in there to say if you see something that looks like it's going to hit, you're going to draw something so it doesn't show that it's getting hit.
Yeah, I think you may be right.
I wouldn't doubt it, because why would the ESA data be so different from the United States? And the United States kept their data set. And when I looked at the ESA servers where I downloaded the data from, it didn't, as the week went on and there was more data coming in, they kept it exactly right for the strength and when it was going to hit. And they actually did move it a little bit when it was going to hit, but it was the same strength of what they had projected all the way along. We have that one comet Bernoulli-Bernstein, that's coming into our solar system. It's the size of a protoplanet, Anunnaki, and it's really huge. And they think it's a comet because it wasn't gassing, but it's starting to gas, but it's really, really, really big. It's got a lot of gravity behind it. They learned about that in 2014, and they didn't bring out the truth of it until just last year, halfway through the year. Why would you keep secret a giant celestial body coming into the solar system, and none of the scientists and observatories are allowed to go ahead and report on it?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's the kind of level of censorship on science and information. It's the same people who are in Australia who said, well, we're the military and we don't think there's any scientific value to this stuff. And by the way, scientists, you have no say in this. This is only a military matter.
I'm curious how many people here in the audience know that we have an asteroid that is approaching Earth either tonight or tomorrow night that is going to be within 2,000 miles of the Earth. Or just to give you a sense of scale, our geostationary satellites like DirecTV and things like that, they orbit at 20,000 miles above the Earth. This is at 2,000 miles above the Earth. So
Well, it sounds like it's going to take out a few satellites.
Well, it's luckily it may if it comes through that orbit, but the other data point is things like Starlink satellites, which are in low Earth orbit. They orbit at 300 miles above the Earth. So this is in between those two shells of the low Earth orbit satellites and the geostationary satellites.
Hey Wes, what's the mass of this asteroid? Did they give any info on that?
I don't recall, but I want to say it's not huge, but it's big enough, like a couple of hundred, I mean, like 20 or 30 feet maybe in diameter. It was so small and so
about the size of a bus.
Yeah, something like that, I bet. But they literally, an amateur astronomer discovered it 3 days ago, and that's the only reason we even know that it's coming through.
Wow.
I mean, I don't think it'll be a danger, but it gives you an appreciation for, well, at least for, it makes me wonder because from the public's point of view, nobody knew about it except 3 days ago. But if we have these satellite systems and these radar systems that can, detect all this stuff out into near Earth or near lunar orbit, you would think that our military and government know about it. But I guess there's no reason to tell us, because then that would just clue us into the capabilities of all of our secret satellites that we paid for. Wouldn't it be handy if we actually got to see the data for all the money that we spend?
Yeah.
So
they get all the information and we get to foot the bill.
Exactly. Here, we'll show you some information. Here's how much your taxes cost. Thank you.
Yeah. I have a question for everyone. Why are you so excited about UFOs and aliens? Or are you? Because I am. But if you're thinking that it's just nothing but they're just assholes and they've never helped us before, they're not going to help us now, they'll just watch us die. What kind of people, what kind of universe do you think this is?
Well, I can speak for myself and say that I'm personally excited. I don't necessarily have a belief one way or another about what their intent might be, but I think it excites me because I think it hints that there's a much different reality's a lot different, more different than what we imagine. And I've had a near-death experience, which gives me a comfortable belief that this reality isn't everything that we think it is, because at least from my experience, I know that there's something after death. So for me, I find all of this to be just because it hints at so much more that's out there. And so that's my answer.
I like that.
I'll go real quick. Since I was probably about 13 years old, I've always known that something was missing. Something was kind of like that feeling of in the Wizard of Oz, where there's a curtain and there's something going on back there, but you just can't see what the hell it is. I've had that feeling for a long time, and and then years go by, and I'm flipping through the channel one day, and Ancient Aliens is on, and oh wow, this is all the kind of stuff and theories that I've been thinking. There's other people that think this too, so I started becoming more vocal about it, and then started doing research, and then Dr. Greer with his disclosure effort back in 2001, and it's just I feel like we were getting closer and closer to the truth, and it's like so close yet still so far away. So like Lou said, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
That answer. Alex, give me your thoughts.
My thoughts on how I feel about it.
What kind of a universe do you think this is? Are you excited about UFOs and aliens for a positive reason, or are you just curious?
I don't look at it from just one universe. I look at it that there's aspects of multiverses. There's even been discussions of omniverses and discussion of what is beyond the universe, and there's been theories of that as well. So I think there's more than just there. So when I look at it, how far it goes down to a plank, like the smallest unit of measurement, and you look at how complex even DNA is, how complex, and there's something called the Great Attractor, which is really weird and fascinating.
Or the Great Repeller. You got to remember, there's two of them.
Repeller too. Yeah, they're all going to there.
Yeah, there's a place where all these things are coming from, and they're passing through. And if you look at it, it looks like the cross section of a giant living organism. You know, brain tissue
really
and everything.
Weird. Like it's like the whole universe is like a living thing almost.
Oh God, yeah.
It's like so I think it's. I don't look at the UFO and the alien thing as like, okay, it's a drone, it's an alien, it's a humanoid, it's a hybrid, it has telepathic powers, whatever. It's interesting, but actually, personally, for me, I find like the subatomic levels and the stuff they're doing at CERN and what they're researching even further and further down is fascinating. And what they're researching like beyond our own galaxy and the universe is a lot more interesting to me. That's just personally for me, but like. I just find the coolest thing for me, I find fascinating is like the engineering of what the UAPs and what these things can do. Like our Earth is already biologically fascinating in itself. Even if we find aliens, okay, we find a little bit things here and there, but still look how diverse the Earth is and how crazy fascinating it is already. You add in this new paradigm to it, that's even more. But like, how vast would it be outside of? I think of like. Okay, whatever aliens or these entities, creatures have been able to create or do or whatever, think about all the stuff they can't do that's out in the universe, or all the things that are in the subatomic level they still can't do that we're discovering and figuring out that maybe they know as well, but they still haven't sort of achieved yet. Because these UAPs do have limitations, because apparently they do crash and they do screw up. These things don't live forever. They have limitations. How far they can live and what their physical limitations, biological, mental limitations are in their power too. So these things are not immortal; they're not invincible per se. Neither are the craft. But so I think of like when we get to that point of UAPs, UFOs, it's kind of like when we would go across the ocean. When we went into space, we're like, oh, and we're like, oh wow, there's a lot more. We'll find UAPs, reverse engineer them. We'll find these creatures, and then we'll be like, oh, that's it. What's beyond that? So I kind of see it that we're actually going to go beyond all this stuff. And once we get to that point down the road, we're just going to be like, humans have been around for hundreds of thousands of years developing. So like you do another 100,000 years, we're already about, way past what the aliens are maybe. And now we're going way freaking beyond that. So I see that there's a lot more on the horizon. There's a lot more to discover, and there's a lot more to do. So that's what I'm interested in and what I get curious about. But we technically are already aliens, extraterrestrials. We already have space junk on fucking Mars, and we're littering the moon. We're littering Mars already. We have crash crap over there. So we're already doing this. We're already interplanetary. We're already trying to be interstellar because we have something out of our own solar system already. So we are technically the aliens within our own solar system, and we have things going outside our solar system now. The Voyager 1 and 2, and we already have, again, like we've already made. I think the atmosphere on the fucking moon, a large portion of it now is from like our emissions from humans being there and shit. So we've already like polluted the fucking moon already and created most of its a small portion, like 10 or 20% of the moon's atmosphere or some shit like that I read. So yeah, we're already technically like extraterrestrials, and we're already fucking up our own solar system, slowly. So I kind of look at it at a reverse angle. Like, what would aliens think of us going around and now we're dumping all our shit on all our planets? And now we're talking about dumping nukes on asteroids, nukes on the moon, and like, so what would aliens think of us if we're like polluting our own solar system, detonating nukes, throwing shit out there? That's just what I think. It's a little. Yeah, we detonated 2,000 nukes on planet Earth for testing. I mean, in the last, from 1940s to like 1990. The U.S. detonated a nuke under the ground actually in the 1990s during the Clinton administration. So, yeah. So I see that we're also kind of a problem as well too for our own solar system. We're just going to make it worse eventually.
Okay, they couldn't hear me saying that. Say yes. As Elam said, we're the assholes. Yes. People in the back could hear me, but I don't think people in the show can hear me. So,
what about you, Mike?
Oh, listen. My opinion is that I take a scientific approach to this subject, and
hold on a second, Mike. You need to preface this with, "Let me tell you."
Okay, let me tell you. I'm a truth seeker. I'm just curious about what the truth to this is, not just opinions or conspiracy theories, the facts. What got me interested in the subject in the first place was after 2017, when those 3 videos came out, that the U.S. government came back and acknowledged that they're real and whatever this is, they don't know what it is, but it's here and it exists. So my curiosity points me in a direction of, I just want to know, what the fuck are they doing here? And I'm looking at every piece of information that comes in, following the facts, like the Australia report that's been covered, and see where it goes. That's my interest in this, and I'm not really on one side of the fence or the other until more information comes out.
Trust me.
Yeah, you're welcome, Larry.
It's a realistic way to take it. That's why I always find myself going back to the middle. I like to go ahead and rush off in this direction or that one. But when you get some good meat from the frickin' Australian government, like we did, I'll bring up again, it takes our bubble of reality and blows it up a bit bigger. That's what I like. And we need more of it. But it's going to be a while.
Well, I don't know, because the Australia report really gave us a full meal. And up until now, we haven't gotten that from our government or anyplace else, really. So
what I mean is, we just went to the buffet. It's going to be a while before we get a buffet again. But in the meantime, I think if we can look towards those 195 other countries and start finding out, hey, you want to tell us anything? Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But you never know what the answer is going to be if you don't ask.
Well, I think that the answer to your question from earlier is that how many of the 195 countries will come forward? The answer is none. They're all beholden to the U.S. government. And even when in Virginia, Brazil in '96, when they had the alien, they called the U.S. government. The Air Force was there within hours when they had that creature running around. So as far as what comes to us and the public, the answer is zero, nada. We get nothing.
It's a good point, Mike. I've often thought about that. How the hell did the U.S. get there so quick? And now we know from James Fox that they had this all set up, that anytime anything crashed anywhere, they got a base somewhere nearby. And Brazil actually asked the U.S. to come and investigate it.
Yeah.
So, and recover the body and all that. But what was interesting about the body, the Australian report, in one of those 1,000 reports that they were going over, they described the same sulfur smell that the people in Virginia, Brazil were talking about with that creature. That's confirmation. That's not a hearsay from a witness that may not recall the facts. The Australian government just established the facts. That's what I thought was interesting. What do you think, Thomas?
Yeah, there's a definite pattern of sightings that go all around the world, and it's not just one particular piece. Like in this particular instance, it's that sulfur smell. I've heard or read many, whether I like it or not, many results of sightings, different things, and that sulfur smell is something it's common, and it's something that has happened a number of times, just like a lot of people who have had that same kind of a thing of what I've felt and what I saw when I connected. Yeah, there's been a lot of people who have had those similar things. I guess we all have to look at everything with a grain of salt and look positive towards it. Mike, what's your bottom feeling on it, Mike?
Well, I think, it's funny because they keep bringing up the sulfur.
Yeah.
The Collins elite in the government that are overly religious nuts, they keep calling them demons. Do you think it's possible the reason they're coming up with the whole demon idea is because in the Bible it talks about sulfur and brimstone for demons? That's where they're getting it from?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just going back and trying to look back to all the flashbacks that I have, and I don't have any memories of any smells. Nothing. I don't even have the memories of any freaking sounds besides myself. Nothing. It's just all quiet visuals, seeing things. They're all connected, but you know, they're just part of the senses that just aren't there, and it makes sense, but it doesn't.
Here's a quick, interesting. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Wes.
I was just gonna. I looked up brimstone real quick, and I just want to read this definition or this explanation. Brimstone, an archaic term synonymous with sulfur, evokes the acrid odor of sulfur dioxide given off by lightning strikes. Lightning was understood as divine punishment by many ancient religions. The association of sulfur with divine retribution is common in the Bible. I had no idea.
You know, I thought about sulfur, and I was actually thinking about the farts you get from eating too many eggs, which are pretty nasty as well. But sulfur definitely has that different smell to it. Yes.
Well, I just thought it was interesting that it's associated with lightning strikes.
I never heard that before.
I hadn't heard that either. So it makes me wonder about the connection. Perhaps this is a high energy, the smell is coming from a high energy release from these craft or something.
Yeah. Oh, talk about lightning and thunder and everything. Back when I was a kid, probably 8 or 10 years old, we're at my grandparents' property, 40 acres of land, fully wooded up in Wisconsin. And it was pretty cool. And there was this giant, big freaking fir tree that was out there. The outhouses next to it, across this opening is like where this little old chicken coop from like the late 1800s was like turned into a cabin for like camping with grandparents and kids. And we're all in there. It's pouring. My brother had to go and take a fucking crap. So he goes out there. He goes running across and the whole thing, and he's doing his thing. And then all of a sudden, it was like, and freaking lightning came, wrapped around that tree, and went down right under the place where he was taking a crap. It was freaking hilarious seeing him running across back away from the thing, his pants down, trying to lifting him up. But yes, that's all for smell. I remember that from that point.
Yeah. So what's your point? That when the aliens are around, they're busy passing gas?
No, there's a smell of sulfur for some reason that we don't understand.
Yeah, or they get nervous and they're just farting up a storm.
Well, there's a difference between sulfur and gas.
Yeah, but that rotten egg smell that you're talking about with some really bad farts, that's also sulfur. It's a sulfur smell.
Yeah.
Right. So maybe we're just making them fart up the storm. That would be interesting.
I'm glad you brought this up, though, Mike, because I'm just looking at it a little bit further. And I was always of the assumption, just like what you said, that it's associated with demonic type things. But the reality is what I'm finding out is in the Bible, it's not about demonic things. It's always about God's wrath. So it's not something that comes from demons. It's actually a form of a sign of God's punishment. Which is maybe two sides of the same coin, but it's really interesting.
Well, the other thing
with this lightning connection, I'm fascinated by this now.
It's pretty interesting. Go ahead, Larry.
The other thing is that demons are not even mentioned in the Old Testament. There's no such thing, and then in the New Testament, they're mentioned a lot because apparently. The Pharisees were in the business of casting out demons, right? And Jesus also did that. But these were what do you call non-physical entities that were able to sort of take up space in some people's heads. They were not physical beings. So to imply that these things are demons, we don't even know what we're talking about. It's just a fucking excuse.
Oh, I agree. But I'm just fascinated by the fact that the sulfur smell, again, might have something to do with lightning or energy discharge. And one further little thing here is another note that says that fire and brimstone in the context of divine punishment and purification, which is another use of it that I've never heard. So anyway,
hey, Wes, you know what we need to come up with? We need to come up with a mount that takes it like for a what do you call it? 1/4 inch that attaches to an iPad that you Pro that you can go ahead and take and articulate. And so if you have like stigmatism like I have and you can't see things close because you're also old, you can have it where this is your viewer and this is the camera.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Anyway, I think this has gone on for a long time, guys.
Yeah, it's already 11:30, but there's like other religions and there's other stuff. It's not just in the U.S. or what's in Western Europe, and there's other religious texts and books, and there's even stuff before Christianity, Judaism, Islam came around. There's a lot of religions. There's Hinduism, there's animism, there's even stuff. Even Buddhism has, different sects of Buddhism even have their own polytheistic gods.
Yeah, like but that. Buddhism is just kind of has its roots in Hinduism. It's just kind of a transform.
It's rooted more in Hinduism and other things.
Yeah.
But there's also aspects of it where they actually have their own gods they created actually in Korea and Japan and old Buddhism that actually is incorporated into their ideas of creation as well too.
Yeah.
So they picked up a lot of stuff from Hinduism, but some of it's not even connected directly from stuff, especially in Northeast Asia.
Mm-hmm.
But there's just things everywhere. There's things in Africa. They have their own belief systems also in South America, Central America, Native Americans. So everybody has spiritual stuff like all across the globe, and they have their own belief system. What's weird is that the ideas of creation and stuff are generally the same, and about these, beings that came from the sky. Actually, in Japan, they came from the ocean. But now with UAPs coming from the ocean, you never know. I mean, that could be another angle to it, or maybe it's the same thing,
Yeah, I have a question. If an alien farts under the water, can you still smell
it? Maybe they don't pass gas.
Yeah, it was a joke about the Alien movie.
When
I scream in space, can you hear it? No.
Yeah.
When I was on America Online, right? Guys.
Oh, I was on that.
You've got mail.
Yeah, you've got mail. There was a character.
I'm sorry, no mail.
His screen name was "We Don't Defecate," and I was like, "What the fuck are you?" So I asked him, "What the hell are you talking about? Why do you have a handle like that?" He said that, I don't know if he claimed to be a gray, but he said the grays do not defecate.
No.
And actually, the reason I bring that up is because it's come up over and over again in the future since then. They do not eat like we eat. They obtain their sustenance. It's a much more portable, compact type of thing, and they don't have digestive organs.
Yeah.
At least some of the ETs. Now there are some that are more human that actually have been seen to eat and stuff like that. But yeah, so there's just a whole variety, like Alex said. And I'm not. The only reason I know about the Bible is because I had to do a bunch of research to satisfy an itch that I had. Yeah. But I'm not a religious zealot by any means. I'm not even a religious person. I just think that all the ancient texts have a lot of truth that has been relegated to the category of myth, but it's not myth.
Yeah.
And people are starting to wake up to that now.
Yeah. I hear you. And those are awesome words, but as sometimes we have to say, all good things need to come to an end. And
what's 4 hours amongst friends?
It's been a great conversation. Holy cow, everybody. Mike, Larry, Wes, Alex, Joseph was here for a bit and everything. It's been a great conversation, to say the least.
Really has.
Yeah.
I'm glad I could jump in and join you guys. Sorry I was late.
Oh, don't worry about anything.
We still got 81 people in the audience.
I know. Well,
really, 81. I'm doing my taxes while I've been on this, actually.
You're doing your taxes?
Yeah, I'm on I'm on doing taxes just to get it done. I kind of tend to multitask. I'm on
Yeah,
this one.
I need to do my taxes again. I haven't had to do my taxes in like 20 years. I've had an accountant, but he finally retired. But it's just, instead of being a large corporation and all these different things, he's just been doing personal taxes, which is like a 1040 and everything like that.
Little self.
Hmm?
I don't have, I'm just by myself. So it's like, I just do it on a system.
Yeah, absolutely. I got you.
Yeah, I was on AOL too.
401 and the Roth and then the job. And that's literally about it.
Yeah. Makes things a lot easy.
And all I got on AOL was "You got spam."
I remember that one. Yeah.
That's all that was on there.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Back in the day. Absolutely. Well, as what I can usually say at the end, I could go ahead and say, well, I think a lot of the people who were around before and gave us some super chats, I'm not sure if they're still here, but let me go ahead and take a look because I do it at the end of every show anyway. I accidentally wiped out in my chat history. Otherwise, I don't need to. Hey, look, we lost a sub tonight. Let me get over to the super chats and thank everybody if I could find it here. Where? No, not shopping. No. All right, where the hell are we? Oh, let's see. Last super chats we got was from Nikki X1, W Decker. I guess I gave myself something earlier in the day. From ThomasFessler, Jimmy M, Owen from Ohio, Cable Guy. He started off tonight. Yeah, I had some good stuff before the show even started. I'd appreciate everybody for all the super chats and everything they gave out today. More importantly, I want to thank everybody for the chat, for who they came into the conversation. W. Decker, thanks for coming a little bit later on. Your picture's already up. Thanks for being around.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Let's see. We lost Andy, but I think Larry came in next. Larry?
Thank you for having me, Thomas. I had a great time.
Oh, absolutely. And thanks for being the Quaker man. I'll never unsee that. Oh, Alex, thanks for coming in tonight. My God.
Yeah, it's fun.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And more importantly, Crypto Mike, you kind of came in. Maybe you were in earlier, but either way, you're closing out the conversation. Thanks for coming in tonight, Mike.
Oh, it was a pisser tonight, Thomas.
Oh, I know. It just kind of went on and on and on. The night had a life of its own, and I just went with the flow of it. On that note, I also want to thank all the great people we have in the audience right now who have been part of this chat for a lot of this evening. Holy cow, who do we still have out there? Cable Guy. You've been here since the start. Crypto Mike, David Wartsky, Jay Burke, LM has been in lurking. LD Drums, 20, Pete Liebel, Razmataz, Shelly Montgomery, Sven for all the way from Sweden. You've been around most of the night. Thor, Banchow, thanks for coming out for you as well. And Snakes and Doggies popped in. Shelly Montgomery, Razmataz, everybody's out there. As we usually say at the end of every broadcast, where's that wrong song? There we go. That should have been playing anyway. We had a great time tonight. Holy cow, the conversation went on in so many different ways. I'm going to have to go back and download this and edit it out and plop it up because it's been one hell of a great conversation. A lot of good stuff came out in different ways that I didn't anticipate tonight. And on that note, as we usually say at the end of every one of our broadcasts, where is it at? Eyes open, no fear. Be safe, everyone.
Go back to Party City where you belong.
Absolutely, and we'll catch you on the flip side. See you tomorrow, everybody. Good night.
Take care, everyone.
Have a good one.